Good morning and a very warm welcome to all the pool fans from wherever you're watching. This is day 3 here in the Predator EUROTOUR Luxembourg Open in this almost brand new spectacular venue. Today we will be completing up into the quarterfinals. So the match that we will be following for the opening match on this table, Felix Vogel taking on Max Benko in the winners qualification race to 7. I'm glad to announce that I'm joined in the commentary booth by my friend and colleague Eric Jorleifsen. Eric, how are you? How do you see this match going then?
Hey, pleasure to be with you. Well, yeah, two of the best young players in Europe going at it. Going to give a bit of an experience edge to Felix on the international competition stage, but Max more than capable, former European junior champion. Felix considered to be one of the best junior players in the world, actually the current world junior champion. So, we're looking for a great match here.
Yeah, without question, and I was just doing some research on both of these players. Felix has partaken in 2 finals previously in the EuroTour, and his opponent, well, his best is so far a semi-final. However, honorable mention, he has reached the EPBF Hayball Open, which is no mean feat either. So he was runner-up in that event, which clearly indicates that both of these players are pretty comfortable playing under the big lights.
Yeah, at this point in his career, Felix has just a bit more experience traveling and playing the international field, some of the matchroom tournaments, and a lot of the Pro Billiard Series tournaments. But Benko is definitely a strong talent. Then off the mark there. Expected to be behind the 2 on that one.
Exactly. I was about to say, Eric, with so many balls available to him, he should have played a better safety than this.
Yeah, I think Max will be kind of coming out with something to prove for himself in this match, knowing Vogel's stature.
This is going to be a very tough visit at the table. See, the 2 might just go past the 5, but it won't be... It will not drop. Well, in fact, he's not even gone for it. So he's going to play, which I presume is going to be a safety. He did call the middle pocket, and has to be said, Eric nailed the safety. Made sure that the 1 rail escape was not on, and I feel that's one of the main criterias when you play when you want to force an error. At this level, if the 1 railer is on, more often than not they will hit it.
Yeah, Max will be taking the same path around that the 2 ball just took. The cue ball here.
Might just not be over yet here for Max Benko, because as you can clearly see, that 4 ball does not pot unless Felix can disturb it, which I do feel like there is value in taking the risk, because if he doesn't land on the 4 with a nice pot on it, I'm sure he'll still have the safety option available to him.
Looks like he does have the angle here to go into it if he chooses.
No.
I've been playing a little wide.
Bank shot called. I think that was his plan all along.
If anything, he'll be looking to bank this ball long in the pocket and have coverage from the 10. A decent chance here to be a good favorite in rack number 1 if this goes down. Well, he just went all in, and he's going to leave it.
Wonder which pocket Max will try and attempt this ball. It's pretty tight. Past the 10 into the same corner pocket as the 5 is sitting.
Yeah, it really depends how much room he has past it. He's having some close looks. It is possible to get into this 6-10 off 2 rails. Looks like he's okay to leave it there.
Well, where he was aiming with the tip of his cue, it would suggest that it does go past the 10. Now, if that is the case, you would think if he can play this positional shot correctly, which it doesn't look like he has, it'd be a great chance. He can still cut this in, but it's a lot harder now. Needed that cue ball to travel at least 3 or 4 inches further.
Yeah, we'll see how Max is feeling here. Kind of has a layup safe off the right side, thin right side of the 6 if he likes. Looks like he is still considering offense. Gonna decide defense in the end. Didn't want to clip the 10 on the way through, but he has covered him here.
Yeah, it's going to be a very easy escape here for Felix, as always. Can he get it safe? In fact, from this camera angle, you can clearly see he can even reach the 6 directly, although I do feel like he's going to use the rail first. And he could even call this 6 for safety measures into the bottom left corner pocket. Yeah, that's exactly what he's done. Look, I don't think he's going all in on the kick shot there, but he's trying to hit the 6 pretty thin off the side rail. Yeah, just hit the knuckle of the middle pocket, and I'll tell you what, he's not left it. And I don't know if you feel like this bank is on, Eric. I feel like that 7 ball is blocking the path for a bank.
Yeah, I think he's going to have to take the cue ball behind the 10 here.
He's got nice odds for this safety shot, Eric. If he can send that 6 ball anywhere close to the 7 and find the cover, this would be a very telling safety. Doesn't want to hit the 10. Yeah, didn't find the cover.
Tricky safe here for Felix. Going to try to stop the cue ball behind the 7. But precise draw over this amount of distance is always tough. Not able to hit it completely square. Going to have to hit it just slightly to the right of center. So easy for the spin to run out on that type of shot area, and that's kind of what happened there.
Yeah, that's exactly the best.
On the short rail.
Exactly, and well, just to get back on what you said, that's exactly what happened there. Is the cue ball runs out of energy by the time it hits the object ball. That is probably one of the hardest shots to master. But you know, with the same token, it's rarely a shot you play. If you have to play, let's say, 1,000 shots in a session, it's less than 1, you're going to play it over that distance. So that's one of the reasons he didn't nail it.
Try from Benko. Looks like the 9's going to give him a little cover here, but rail first available. Yeah, the difference there too is even if you were trying to pocket a ball and stop the cue ball over that distance, you'd just hit it harder. But on that particular shot, you kind of have to just hit it like 1 speed above drag, so the spin is still holding. Always seems to run out, no matter who's shooting it.
Yeah, so you could argue maybe that shot is not even possible for the safety intention.
Yeah, it's just really hard to hold the speed of the 6. He's got it down here though, but gonna end up funny on the 7. Another safe coming from Vogel.
Yeah, that always felt too hard the moment it hit the second rail. I wasn't convinced that he's going to land here on the 7. Like you said, it'll have to be another safety. Can use the 9 to protect the 7. Doesn't want to hit the 9, of course. Well, unless it's that. Well, it's not a full ball cover. No, I do. Yeah, he's called the middle pocket, so that tells me he's coming off the bottom rail. See, your main objective here is 2 things. You want to create separation, and you want that cue ball to stick where that 7 is. See, if it drops into the middle pocket, that's a bonus. But the main objective here is distance and cue ball control.
Got the distance part. 7 ball could have ended up a little safer. So a tester here for Vogel. Bit of back and forth here in this first rack.
Yeah, I think the worst thing for Max is the natural angle of the cue ball. It will take care of itself. All you need to do is put all your eggs in making the 7, and you should have a shot at the 8. Test of cueing. Well, that safety decision by Max Benko didn't come without any risks, but it has to be said, he's forced an error by his opponent, even though it wasn't easy. He's now looking at this, thinking I would have to clear the table here. There's nothing preventing him from doing so.
Had a bit of a funny look on his face as he walked around. I would have to assume he was trying to run into the 10 if he played it like that. Just had kind of a look that maybe he wasn't exactly, but he is perfect here.
That was a nice stroke. Landed perfect on the 9 ball. In close with a nice angle. And I think it's safe to say Max Benko will take the first rack.
Yeah, plays with a lot of talent, plays quickly when he gets going.
Yeah, the other day I was reading an article about motion and what that does to your brain. Now, you can probably translate that to cue sports as well, because it's by no coincidence some of the greatest performers ever to grace the game, whether it was in, well, let's just call it pocketing sports, they all play to a bit rapid speed, because it's just like running. If you're running, it's very hard to overthink things because your heart rate is, you know, high. I'm not saying when you're playing fast your heart rate is higher than normal, but what it does do is it prevents your brain from overthinking, taking too much time on the shots, and it allows you to, you know, settle and get into that autopilot. And that autopilot is for most of these players at a very high level because, you know, you don't get to this level if you haven't put in 10,000s of hours, if not even more.
Well, and that's a good point you bring up there, too. You definitely need a lot of experience to play consistently well at a faster pace, but obviously all these players do have that. And yeah, I think it's just searching for that subconscious state where there's no negative thoughts going through your mind, but at the same time you're still aware of it enough to not make simple mistakes, which can be a bit of a trap when you're more flowing. But I definitely agree that especially rotation pool should be played at a decent pace.
You know, and to add to that, Eric, I don't know if you think other than this, but I always feel, you know, when you're playing out there, anything can happen to you. You can miss the easiest parts, you can make the silliest errors. It is all part and parcel of live sports. No player in the history of the game plays perfect all the time. It just does not happen. It happens actually once in a season. So I don't mind making mistakes, but I do feel like the one thing or one standard you should really set yourself is try and consistently taking the right shot. Now, if you can just do that alone, that's a, you know, so that's a good fundamental because you're going to make errors just like your opponent.
Yeah, 100%, and just how you deal with the errors is big too. And recognizing, like you said, that the game can't be played perfectly. It's too tough of a game, so mistakes will come. Good contact here from Vogel. Gonna leave the one hung up. 3 sevens in a tough spot, and he's tied up the 10 with the 4 a little bit, so another tough rack here.
I'm just wondering, Eric, whether you can just cheat the pocket here and with a bit of side spin, still hold that cue ball on the right side of the table. Well, used 7.
Best result there.
I think he played that, you know. I really feel he played that because, like you said, that 3 and a 7 was tied up. And I'll definitely give him the benefit of the doubt because that was a wonderful shot.
Yeah, if he knew if he hit the proper side of the 7, the cue ball was going to be going the right way. He's opened up the table decently now. 3's in a not bad spot for getting on the 4. At least getting underneath the 4 where there'll be some safe options if he chooses.
Do you feel there's any value in trying to swing the cue ball off 3 rails and maybe run into the 4 or the 10 ball here?
It's close. I feel like these arc tables that are being used on the EuroTours are just a little bit looser than the ones we've seen on the Pro Billiard Series. And we've seen a lot of balls missed on the Pro Billiard Series for those that follow that tour. Even a ball like this would be very tough on the arc tables that we're using over there. But this one I think is just on the borderline of being pocketable enough.
He's played position for the 4 into the side and it clearly goes into the side. And he also called the side pocket, so needs a lot of precision on this shot. He's going to play this with a bit of left spin just to go around the 10 ball here. And that's the problem. The moment you hit him a bit firmer, they don't seem to accept much. And what's the damage here? Judging by his body language, I think that 4 ball goes past the 9. Or is it just an outlet of frustration? Maybe from this camera angle it doesn't. Well, it doesn't. So yeah, most definitely that was an outlet of frustration.
And this right edge might be available here, but not much happening off that. So he's going to look for the kicking stick. Ideally landing the 4 near the 7. Little unlucky to catch the points there, and we'll see how this one's turned out. Looks like offense for Vogel here.
A little bit limited with his cue ball, of course, being so close to the side rail. I think he's got the right angle on the 4 just to drop this in. Have that cue ball travel probably 2 inches further and higher, which would in return make the putt on the 6 a bit easier. Yeah, that is pretty comfortable on the 6 ball. See, if you can play position on the 7 into the top right corner pocket, it makes the positional play after the 7 on the 8 a bit easier. It would be the natural line. And he's made sure to take that 10 ball out of the equation, because that was always going to be a little hurdle.
Looking pretty good here. He's a very polished player for his age. I remember seeing him play at around 17 in the World Junior Championships. I believe he's up near 19 years old now. Just as I say that, he misses an easy one, so Max is going to likely be out to an early lead here.
What have you done, Eric? Why did you have to say that? Yeah, but I completely agree with you. I think to add on to all the talent and, you know, all the shots he's got, I think one thing I always search for in any contender, let's just call him that, is the bottle, that self-belief. When they walk around with a certain swagger and they not only talk the talk, but they also walk the walk, I feel, okay, this guy's up for the fight, he's up for the battle, he's up for anything. Sometimes some of these players are very good, but they don't, you know, they come across very timid, very insecure. And if you're insecure and you're playing someone like a, you know, any top 10 player, well, they just go, they will ragdoll you.
Again, he's had some good results early in his career. You mentioned 2 EuroTour finals at this point.
Now, it is still, of course, very early days, but that was a glaring mistake by Felix, and he will know that. He'll be the first to admit there was absolutely no reason for him not to go on to finish that rack. And listen, raise the 7 with this alternating 2 breaks per player can be over pretty quickly. Look, he's already 2-0 down, and if Max Benko does what he usually does, is break and run, he's gonna face a 4-0 deficit. Now, that's not a good start for anyone in the history of the game.
Good pop there from Benko. Both players not really getting balls down over the course of the first 3 breaks. See how that progresses through the match. More of a straightforward layout here for Vogel. First 2 racks have been involved with a couple tie-ups and balls near each other. There's one more open. 8 ball is going to be the first ball he encounters with not the ideal pockets available.
But then again, the 7 is pretty close to the 8, which makes playing position on the 8 already a bit easier.
He'll just try to get the cue ball somewhere near the 9 to play the 8. If he ends up having the 8 in the top left, that's okay. Left middle will work as well. Got a little wrong angled here, because if he doesn't get off the rail enough, the cue ball is going to be playing towards the 7 a little too much.
Yeah, if he can get his cue ball pretty close on that 7 and on a parallel line of that first diamond below the middle pocket, as long as he can get his cueing hand on the table, he should be able to play a good positional shot.
Yeah, I think he's going to be forced to go in the bottom right here, either that or short side. Cue ball just feels like it's playing a little long to me.
I think he'll have to spin this in. Yeah, maybe even for the 8 into the top right. Because he needed to be a bit more straight on this. Well, he's now even contemplating that 8-10 combination. First option it is. And like I said, it's going to be the 8 into the top right, which is still very, very good. I don't think this shot is particularly tough by any means for him. But in the previous rack, that was the moment of a hiccup. The 8 ball wants to make sure of this. No hiccups allowed this time around. And safely in. And he was gonna pull back at least 1 rack and get on the board. Timely response, I would have thought, Eric.
Yeah, good to get it open his account here. Especially after an unexpected miss in the previous rack. We'll be into a 32-player single elimination area, correct? I'm assuming. Ball down this time for Benko, and he's on the 1.
And that is correct, Eric, by the way, to answer your question. This is the winner's qualification, so the winner will go through to the last 32, the single elimination, and the loser of a match will have to play the loser's qualification. So they'll have another crack at it. Most of these matches...
Go ahead.
Continue, sorry.
Gonna say would like to be drawing into the 3 here. Wasn't, but played it nicely.
One of the favorites, Joshua Filler, 4-all, tied up against Mateusz Nigocki from Poland. So that's a fascinating match. 2 other players already, 3 players already on 5 racks 1. Viktor Zielinski, another front runner for this tournament, 5-2 up, as well as Alvaro Coninga from Spain. He is 5-2 up against Ugur Turku from I say Turkey. He's actually representing Germany. And Yuma Dörner, he's 5-1 up against Tobias Bongers, which is, well, quite a lead.
Yeah, Zielinski coming off some good results at the last Pro Billiard Series, winning the mixed doubles and making it down to the semifinals at the World 8-Ball Championships. Also had a win at the Super Billiards Expo in Philadelphia the week after. So Zielinski making a bit of a resurgence here in 2026 so far.
Yeah, Zielinski always looked like he's gonna have a fantastic career in the sport, and already making some real moves at these high-end events. And talking about high-end, one of our colleagues from the production team, he shared a link of this, like I said at the top of the program, brand new venue, the GRIDX in Luxembourg, just 20 minutes away from the airport. It really is something spectacular. If you wonder what I mean, if you Google GRIDX Luxembourg, you can have a digital tour, and truly spectacular. Meanwhile, Max Benko will have to play a good positional shot here. He was looking at the top side of the table on the left side. I have to ask the question, how do you get there from this angle? Surely,
Yeah,
coming off 2 rails for the 9 into the... Well, no, he's drawn it. Okay, there you go. That's the answer.
yeah, I didn't like drawing it as much either. I like standing around 2 rails and coming beneath it. Played it well, though. And this will be the first break-in run of the match from either player.
Given the fact that there's not a huge age difference between the 2 players, these players, I'm sure, have played each other many times, so I suppose there will be no fear factor for Max Benko. Because if you've grown up playing someone, even though they might hold a better head-to-head record against you, it doesn't feel like you're playing the greatest player of all time under the brightest lights. I'm not trying to say that Felix Vogel doesn't have the attributes to become one of the greats. He sure has, but I'm just saying, if you've grown up playing and sparring some of these world beaters, they just don't have that same intimidation factor on you.
Yeah, it's a good point, Ari, actually. Yeah, I was thinking more that, you know, Max might be a little bit intimidated by some of the international success that Felix has had, but you're right, they probably have played many times coming up in the European Junior Championships and just different junior tournaments around Europe.
Yeah, it's probably the unknown factor, isn't it, Eric? Like when you play someone who's very established. I can recall the first time I had to play Jason Shaw, even though it was Bang Pool, because of a good friend of mine who was very, very, you know, high of praise, full of praise of Jason Shaw. I just didn't know really what to expect, so I was probably already intimidated. But when you have someone that is equally talented and you practice with him every single day, it's just not the same intimidation factor.
Yeah, totally agree.
Now that was quite the route for the cue ball, but he's landed very nicely here on the 2 ball. And I do wonder if he can avoid running into the 10. If he cannot, Eric, I would suggest play this with a power draw.
I agree, because even if he does miss the 10 going forward, he'll likely hit the 9. So I think he's going to have to involve the 6 or the 10 here off a draw, but he is following. Feels like he can avoid the 9 going forward. Off the 10. Good shot.
Yeah. Was willing that cue ball to stop in time with every fiber in his body. This is a horrible shot to take. And one you could argue he doesn't have to take, Eric. I do feel there are other options available to him.
Yeah, I think just a little too thin and going to be a little bit loose on the cue ball control if he does try to cut it in. So, chance to get the cue ball behind the 10 here.
If he can play this thick of the 4, and like you said, go around towards the 10 ball. Well, look, he potted it. That 10 ball will be respotted, and he has a shot on the 5. Okay, granted, it's not going to be easy to land nicely on the 6, but it's definitely a chance.
Yeah, took a gamble on that one and it paid off. Game ball essentially here for Vogel. He's got it. Just enough of the 6 left to be able to pocket it.
Well, already the next challenge presents itself, Eric. How do you get nicely on the 8 ball? You might have to settle for that long distance combination, 8 and 9. Or does it drop into the side pocket? Can't really tell. Yeah, it does. That's obviously the best option. There you can clearly see he's got a 60% of that open pocket available to him, which would be more than enough. It's good for Felix to find parity here. Doesn't want to see Max Benko run away too far. As long as he can keep it close, he can apply the pressure on his opponent and ask him the questions and see if he can come up with the answers.
Nicely on the 10 and 3-2 coming now. Don't remember too many EuroTours ever being in Luxembourg. Arya, you might know better than me, but nothing
No,
pops my memory of there ever being a tournament here.
No, this is the very first, Eric, so I can confirm. Oddly enough, I say oddly, look, Luxembourg has always been known for the Ardennen Cup. For those in Europe, that is like a pool holiday, Valhalla. But other than that, we've never had a EuroTour, a EPBF Predator EuroTour sanctioned event. But like I said at the top of the program, this venue was built last year, end of September. And I suspect we'll have many more high-end events here in Luxembourg, because this is, well, state-of-the-art stuff. But to answer your question, yes, this is the very first Luxembourg EuroTour and just, pool event. One of many, which I'm sure of.
Both players starting to create positive results on the break now. Vogel in with the save here off the first shot. Jump available for Benko.
That was a interesting shot there, Eric, because that 9 and a 7 were posing a problem, and I'm not sure, well, I highly doubt he played the nudge on the 9, but by doing so, he's now developed this table to be runnable, so whoever you would feel would get shape on the 1 or pot the 1. Oh!
Good attempt there. He's going to leave it. It's a perfect starter for Vogel. Momentum shifting a little bit now.
Yeah, this is a good chance for Felix to level the scores.
Yes, 7, 8, 9 connect perfectly. 5's going to play back into the angle of the 7.
Don't know about you, Eric, but I always felt it never really mattered where that 10 ball is on the rail, apart from one spot, which is right after the middle pocket knuckle. That's probably the worst spot, but other than that, anywhere else, that's fine.
Yeah, it's funny. Some amateurs talk sometimes about missing the 10 or the 10 being a tough ball for them. It's the easiest ball because there's nothing left on the table to play position for, and when you are shooting it, you're not playing position. So, yeah, usually these top players at the end of the rack, they get the job done. Vogel has this nice medium length backstroke. Not too long, not too short.
Yeah, this is something
player.
You and I have a very common interest in. It's the mechanics, the fundamentals. Having had the privilege to work with you on other events, I know you are very big on fundamentals, much like myself. And look, this is a great camera angle to have a look at this grip hand and backswing. It's exactly what Eric was saying. Not too long, nice and smooth. Little pause and goes through the cue ball like a straight arrow.
Yeah, it's very textbook. Players around his height, I feel, can get kind of that not as long a stance. It's very solid. Over to Benko for the next 2 breaks. He did have 1 break and run in his last set of 2 breaks.
Gave that one a bit more oomph, but it's not worked out for him.
Yeah, big cluster of balls over on the left long rail. They actually are all available. Gonna have to be played with an 8-9 combo at some point.
Very uncommon to see with a tapped rack, has to be said. Got 6 balls towards the left side of the table, 2 on the right. Rarely see that ever happen.
Yeah, especially in 10 ball, the balls tend to trend towards the middle of the table a little more. Could get certain angles on the 6 where he's able to pocket it and open up the 8-9. Be a little bit risky with where he could possibly leave the cue ball for the 7 off that play. I think if he stays away from that, he'll just play the combo. The combo's pretty reasonable. The 8's close to the 9. It's just a little off angle. Problem with running into the 8 is if the cue ball ends up on an angle anywhere near where the 10 is, it's going to be trapped into a scratch pocketing the 7 in the corner. So I think he is going to leave it alone here.
Yeah, for his visit, it would have actually been a lot better if that 7 ball was sitting in the place of the 6 ball rather than where it is now, because where that 6 ball is sitting, it just presents you with a lot more margin to run into that 8. With this angle, he had to be very precise, and look, I don't know whether he can achieve that. I was thinking, now that shot is definitely not on, so maybe just forget even mentioning it. But if he had the option, maybe hit the side rail, the 8 ball on the left side with a lot of right spin to push it towards that top right corner pocket. It's going for the combination. Not guaranteed.
Play off into yeah, the 8's going to kind of play into the 10 here.
Either has to play this with a bit more pace or really play this gently. Either way, I think we were both thinking the same. He's not guaranteed to land on the 8 ball. And that's not to say, first things first, he needs to make the 9 ball.
Oh, tough result there. Did decide to go with some more speed, as he knew, kind of wanted to separate the pack of 3 there. And he's not in a great spot to play safe here either.
No, I think the Masse wouldn't actually be a bad option here. try to send that 8 ball towards that top rail. Cube 1 towards bottom. I think the masse is actually a very good option now. 10 ball side pocket, so he's trying to bank, combination bank on the 10 ball. Oh, yeah, that cue ball is too lively. For a minute I was thinking maybe that 8 ball wasn't going to be easy, and I'm not saying this is unmissable, but Eric, has to be said, I would be surprised if he does miss this.
Yeah, I'd make him a favorite here. Hasn't shot offensively very much in the last 2 games, so gonna have to come in cold and get one down. But I'd expect him to get it.
It's one of those you can play with a touch of left spin, which, funny enough, makes the putt a bit easier.
There.
Well, well, well.
A similarly tough one for Vogel here. Felix has got it. Gonna be a little bit distance on the 10, but comfortable angle coming into it.
Well, this is where we go back to what you were saying. It, in theory, is the easiest shot because he doesn't have to do anything with the cue ball. Just putt this. And with his mechanics, he would be devastated not to make this. This is nice camera angle. Need a little pause on the backswing. Little pause and straight through.
Yeah, just for Benko there, I think the difference was just not really shooting offensively for a couple racks, and that's a underrated skill you really have to come with. Coming in cold, especially walking up to a tougher pocketing shot like that. It's usually, you know, that type of spot in the match, or it's a spot overall where you kind of have to turn the tide and you really have to take your chance. But it's easier said than done.
Yeah, that's a very interesting point you make, Eric, and like you said, very much so underestimated. Now, he's got a great chance to redeem himself, like you said, because this is a great break and it would be very good for his rhythm if he can make light work of this. His first positional shot comes with a touch of risk. If you can nail that, the rest should be a formality.
Likely gonna have to play the 4-9 combo. The 4 could play off to the left of the 9 a little bit. Should be comfortable there if he's able to get the 9, call it into the thick part of the pocket. 4 shouldn't go too far off of it. High on the speed here, are you?
Yeah, the table is playing very fast. The table is playing very fast, and I also noticed that the rails are very responsive. Can you recall the 8 ball he played where both of us were pretty shocked that he was drawing it, but he did get enough spin off the side rails, so that was already an indication that these, you know, the rails are very responsive. But whichever way you want to look at it, that is a poor shot. It really is. Given where he was taking on the 2 ball, there's absolutely no reason for him to land here.
Yeah, just kind of getting into springtime conditions. We're not on site at this point, so I don't know exactly, but it'd be a little bit more humid around this time of year in Europe and North America. Lends to the rails playing a little faster.
Yeah, he would be very disappointed with him back in his chair within 2 shots. I did not foresee that. If you would have asked me at the beginning of the rack, after the break, after 2 shots, there will be an overturn, I'd be amazed, but that's the scenario now.
Usually wouldn't try to play underneath this ball, but where the 9 is, I think that can play okay. Underneath it, not hitting it squarely. I think if he hits the half ball side where the cue ball is playing towards the 9, that's going to get him safe decent amount of the time. Good shot. And he's been rewarded. Close jump here for Max. Looks like it's not going to phase him. Quickly to the jump cue, at least bringing 2 cues to the table here.
I'll tell you what though, Eric, this is something our colleague who is now joining Kevin Davis on the other table, Tim de Ruyter, once told me something about failure. I didn't notice per se myself, but now I did notice it. He's taking off his rapid speed quite significantly. I think on at least 4 or 5 occasions I've seen him run down the shot clock to the very last seconds. So it's to show why he's opted to play, with a bit more caution, but something Tim de Ruyter picked up on a couple of events ago. I'm starting to see it.
Yeah, I think it could partly just be that he's maybe only played in 10 or so tournaments with a shot clock in his experience. But I did notice that at the beginning of the match, and now that you bring it up, yeah, there has been a few times for sure.
I mean, at this point, we're just trying to look for things, because ultimately this man at the table is supremely talented and supremely confident, as he should be with his resume. And taking your time on certain shots, just like this one, which seems to be the key shot in this rack, is not bad at all. It's just like, once again, he's gonna go right down the last 5 seconds. Maybe he wasn't doing much of that when he was, you could almost say, bullying his junior league, because he was winning pretty much everything.
First
You
2
would have
game lead possibility for Vogel now.
Yeah, we do have a couple of results, as you say that. Couple of players already booked their place at the last 32. Alvaro Coninga 7-2 against Ugur Turku from Germany. Numa Durner a 7-1 win against Tobias Boners. That is quite some result. Jan van Lierop, representing the Netherlands, he won 7-1 versus Radoslav Babica, and Joshua Filler edged that one 7-6, the top favorite for the event. Fabrizio Ingraschi, representing Germany, although that does sound Italian, 7-2 against Jakub Shrobot, and Viktor Zielinski 7-3 versus Walter Leikre.
Players going to go for a quick break here. 8 games in succession so far in this match. Have a look over at Table 1, and we'll be back with the conclusion of Table 2 in about a couple minutes. Players are back from their break. It's going to be Vogel with the next 2 breaks coming. He's won 4 games in a row at this point. He's trying to put a good amount of pressure on Benko. Vogel does have 1 break-in run in the match. So winner's qualification match, EUROTOUR Luxembourg. Loser will have 1 more chance to make the final 32 stage via the loser's qualification match. This is Eric Horowson bringing you the action. We'll be joined shortly by Aria Sarabi. Both players breaking from the middle. Has a ball down, 2 balls down. No, look at the 1 here. Safes aren't easy. Have to find a way to bank the 1 around the 10 and stick the cue ball in the same area. Have to hit the 1 pretty thinly though. So tough to keep the movement of the cue ball down. Might be able to take the cue ball 2 rails back behind the 9-10 with a bunch of left spin. Who's going to call a bank? Offensive call here from Vogel. Not quite sure exactly how he was playing that. Don't think he would have missed the bank by that much. He was just trying to stick the cue ball behind the 9 and get the 1 over near where it landed, but it didn't work out, so chance for Benko to get back in it now.
Yeah,
interesting
definitely.
shot here in this first rack, or in this rack here, Aria.
Yeah, exactly. And I was about to say, we've seen these players at times struggle with the bounce of the rails. Not guaranteed to land nicely here on that 3 ball, and already that's looking pretty tight. He has called it. Now, if he doesn't fancy the pot, Eric, surely play the safety behind the 6 is the right way forward.
Yeah, I mean, he could throw it in with some right spin, but that's not going to help him at all for position. On the 4, doesn't have a full pocket past the 10. He's going to play a fair bit of right here. Good shot. But still, the right spin was just not going to be conducive for position. He's still considering the 4. I don't like this. Off angle, not shooting into a full pocket. Like playing the cue ball behind the 9-10 here.
Yeah, and exactly. And look, if you're going to attack the 4, I think the bank is, in this scenario, even easier. But he is going for this.
Yeah, 2/3 pocket at best here. Match really riding on this one.
That's not in.
No good.
That's not in, but it is safe, I feel. And the smirk on Felix's face does tell it all. He's trying to come off 2 rails here.
You can see, even if it did go in, he wouldn't have had anything on the 6, so you could call it a bit of a 2-way, possibly trying to use the 7 as a blocker, but I just didn't like the shot overall.
No, I'm with you. That didn't look like the right shot to me, but look, that's the beauty of the game. There's not only one way to go about things. You could open up the 9 and the 10, you know. You could open up the 9 and the 10. And that's the absolute worst possible outcome there for Felix. Fine that he missed the 4 ball altogether, but he did not want to develop the 9 and the 10.
Yeah, let off here for Benko, and he's going to have to take full advantage. Nothing in his way. Let's get straight enough on the 7 where the cue ball's not running towards the 9-10 here. Have to power up a little bit off the left long rail.
And I've seen some of these shots missed when played with power. So maybe he will have to go around the 9, although I wouldn't advise that. I think he can avoid running into the 9 and the 10 with top spin And a trace of right spin. Just narrowly missed that 10 ball. And seems to have left himself the right angle on the 8 ball here. To send the cue ball up table towards the left side. Yeah, just enough. Much needed response for Max.
Yeah, Felix is going to have one more break in his set of 2 breaks left. But he's going to be wanting to be coming with something offensive or something towards the lockout end. If they go 5 each, it'll be back to Max to break in the next 2 after that. Interesting match so far. Fairly error-free. Had that 1 8 ball kind of mid-set that Max could have took the lead, but Felix took his first lead of the match midway through. It's all amounted to a 5-4 scoreline.
Felix looking for a solid contact with the 1 ball here. Wasn't square on the 1. You can clearly see that cue ball track towards the bottom rail from this camera angle, the left rail, that is. And once again, Max Benko in with a chance to draw level. And at this stage of the match, Eric, with this opportunity, it really feels like a must-get.
Wow, miss out of nowhere. Nothing to do with the cue ball for position. Just misjudged that one. Now up to Felix to possibly take advantage and get on the hill first here.
Yeah, I'm afraid
Could have turned.
missing shots like that is simply unforgivable at this level. It really is. And I know I might sound very harsh. It's nothing personal. I'm just saying at this level, those type of shots should not be missed by quality players, as we see at the table.
Yeah, it's one thing if there's a little bit of the shot's complicated a little bit by position, but it wasn't there. And he'll know that.
And he also knew the moment Felix failed to pot a ball off his break, this was a great opportunity for Max Benko to draw level. And you can clearly see he's still visibly shook by that strange miss. Shaking his head. That's actually one of the worst parts, Eric, is when you miss a shot, you have to sit there and watch your opponent pot the balls that you should have been putting. It really feels like a dagger to the heart.
Shot here from Vogel. Doesn't want to be straight. He's just slightly on the straight side. But he will be able to get the cue ball away from the rail here. I think he'll want to mess with the side pocket on this 9 ball. Does have the angle to draw straight back.
Now here's a question for you, Eric. Would you try and hit that side rail, or just to, hold it directly?
Yeah, I think it's a preference play. I think risking that the cue ball could get a decent amount further away from the 9 if he did go to the side rail was a factor. But typically you do want to hit a rail near where you're landing. Nice draw stroke here from Vogel.
Yeah, hit that one sweet.
And a big game and a bit of a turnover from Benko. He's going to have the next 2 breaks, but he's going to be under the pressure of Vogel being on the hill here.
You know what?
Score now.
I'm not suggesting he's out of it by any means, but that missed opportunity in this previous rack could come to play a big part for Max Benko. Now, luckily, it is the winner's qualification. It does not imply that if you lose, it's the end of the tournament. But these players won't care about that in the moment at the table. They just try to win every single match they play, every single rack they play.
He's got a second row ball down. Look at the 1, running through lots of traffic to get back towards the 2.
Yeah, there is a pathway
possible to get around, in between the 5-9. But then the 3's coming into play off the 2 rails.
Yeah, and he cannot afford to overhit this, so it's going to be a big shot. And one of those that you really need to judge to perfection. You can't hit this too hard if you want to play position for the 2 into the bottom left. This is a nervy one, I feel.
Yeah, 2 missed balls in a row now for Benko.
Yeah, 2 missed balls over the distance, I've noticed. So perhaps he's just fractionally off with his aiming, which happens to everyone. But it's something he would want to tidy up, progressing to the loser's qualification if this was going to be his last miss of the match.
Yeah, the cue ball's kind of running into the 3 here. Vogel looking for ways around it. He's found one just a little far from the 2. Does have a shot in the top right corner.
It helps that the natural angle will send that cue ball into the right spot. All he needs to do is take care of this pot, drop it in, and the cue ball will do the work. Now, likely to try to place his cue ball in between the gap of the 7 and 8. It is a small gamble, but he doesn't have too many other options available to him. Otherwise, he'll have to come up all the way up past that second diamond, which is not per se easier.
Yeah, I think he just has a little too much angle, so going to be forced to draw back here.
Oh, nicely played. That's a great
Yeah,
shot.
very nice.
In the previous rack, he played that long drawback on the penultimate ball to land on the 10. Hit that one very sweet, and this one was equally cued and timed to perfection. Seems to have found his rhythm, Eric. And he's very hard to stop when he is in the rhythm.
Yeah, this will be 6 of the last 7 games, being down 3-1 at one point. He's come back strong here. Not the ideal angle here. He can fall to the right of the 9. Could play okay for playing the 8 in the bottom left. Smarter shot there, just taking a little more angle on the 8, playing into the shorter pocket. Three balls now for Vogel to advance to the final 32.
As we are heading what is likely to be the final moments of this match, I'm gonna ask you this, Eric. How would you rate his odds for the tournament?
Yeah, I'd put him somewhere in the top 10 seeds. Seems to be hitting the break decently. I think whoever does win the tournament's going to have a decent break and run percentage, 10 ball being the game that you'd break and run the least at. But I like how he's hitting the break and looks to be running the ball solid. He'll be coming through, he'll be playing someone from the loser's side in the first round. So he's gained that advantage going through to the final 32, but looks to be playing strong. Vogel does take it down. Couple mistakes late from Benko, but Vogel taking full advantage overall. I really enjoyed this match with two of the great young players from Europe. And Benko will have one more chance to get back to the final 32, just practicing one of the shots he missed there. For Arias Harabi, this is Eric Orlofsson, and we have 4 more rounds of play coming up for you today. Stay with us.
A very warm welcome, pool fans, from wherever you're watching. We have another exciting matchup coming your way. As you can see, the losers round 5 between Arseni Sebastianov representing Finland and Lazar Kostic representing Serbia. To talk you through this match is none other the irresistible Gethin Davis. Gethin, nice to have you with us. How do you see this match going then?
Yeah, thank you, Arya, and thanks for the question. I actually would pick Arseni in the lead, or rather with the, if the betting men were out, I think the money would be going on to Arseni, but Lazar has actually had some good results so far, and against some tough opponents. It'd be interesting to see how these two styles match up, but it looks like Lazar's won the lag, and he will be keen to get off to a good start here and not let Arseni start to run away, because he can do that. And straight out the blocks, he's played a great break. One of the nicer breaks I've seen so far today, Arya. He's just a bit unfortunate on the spread of the balls.
Yeah, you mentioned the break, and that's going to play a big factor for whoever is going to go to distance in the first Luxembourg Open in this fabulous venue. Ever since the introduction of the breaking box, we can clearly see it's not as straightforward to break and run consistently. That's not to say that all these players are, you know, equipped enough to do that, but it's just made that element of, you know, uncertainty with the spread of the balls, which, like you said already, that's the point of the breaking box.
That is the point to make, Arya, and it really has been playing its role already. We're on day 3, and I have seen quite few break and runs, and really just down to the fact that even when the players are making balls off the break, they've been struggling just to have a look at the next object ball, usually the 1. That was quite interesting improvisation from Lazar there, calling the 10 in the centre. He'll need to get that back out the pocket and respot it.
Yeah, but the question is, Gethin, where does he go for now?
Yeah, now that 2-4 combination, I think there's too much distance to realistically go for that. But it might be his only option, Arya.
Well, I wouldn't say it's his only option, but if we're talking about attack, it is. This was also a good option. And has he played that well? Although I say that, you're never happy to see the object ball so close to the corner pocket. Straight away, Arseni is grabbing his jump cue.
I have to say, I do like Kostic's approach there. The aggressive combination, as you quite well pointed out, was not really the percentage play, and that safety shot from him has reaped him rewards. Arseni not able to get over the object ball, or rather able to jump over the 5 and lost the cue ball. So this is a good chance now for Kostic.
Whoever does go on to win the match, they will have to play another round, the losers qualification. So it's not just as easy.
No, both these players having to come the longer route. Arseni had a real tough matchup against Mieszko Fortunski, who is actually on our other stream table at the moment, losing 7-5. That's what put Sebastianov in the losers bracket, and both these players are going to have to fight hard to get through to the last 16, last 32, last 16. But I have to say, early signs from Lazar here are looking good. He's sadly pushed the 6 to a position where it is obstructed by the 10, it appears.
Yeah.
But I am liking the look of the young man.
Like you said, it looks very tight, but he was eyeing up the 6, so that would suggest it does go past the 10. If it does, this positional shot wouldn't be too difficult. And it's not.
No. Couldn't have put that cue ball better to ensure his best chance of making it, especially if he's got to slide it off the long rail ever so slightly. Clean as a whistle. Now he's left himself quite a bit of distance between the cue ball and 7 here. Doesn't need to do too much with the cue ball. Can just roll through for the 8. But for an opening rack, I have to say, I'm very impressed with Lazar and his shot making and shot selection. And let's not take anything away from his opponent, Arseny, known as the Flash. Well, he's just been coming from strength to strength over the past year or two. So he's going to need to bring it. And it looks like Lazar is at the moment. Great stuff.
Not the best angle here on the 8 ball. Just enough.
He's making all the right shots. He is making all the right shots, here. This is real good signs for Lazar straight out the blocks, and well, it'll be interesting to see how Arseny responds. But he will not be back to the table to break as of yet, because Lazar has another break to come. He's done it, The young lad from Serbia takes the opening rack with his break and gets us off in this race to 7. Now, Arya, yourself and myself, we've been flying solo so far. What's been your summary of the past few days for you?
Yeah, that's actually a tough question to answer, but what I would say is I've seen a couple of players in action, and obviously every tournament Joshua Fillers is entering, it would be strange not to consider him one of the favorites, so that's remaining the same. But other than Joshua Filler, I've seen Emile André Gangflot in action as well, even though he was in the losers bracket. I think he can pose a threat, and I did have the honor to do Felix Vogel in a previous round, a previous match I should say, and he was also playing some awesome stuff, particularly towards the end, so that would be my answer. How about yourself?
I've been interested to see, really, and excited at the strength of matches early on. There were some real big games out there and some big names pushed into the losers side, and that's been fun to watch, especially when the tournament life is on the line. And the other thing I would like to note is the venue. This GRIDX multi-experience venue only recently opened. It's great to see pool coming to Luxembourg and the EUROTOUR. I haven't spoken to many of the players about the venue yet, but early signs is that they're all really enjoying it there.
Yeah, you can look up the GRIDX Luxembourg. If you go on Google and search for the GRIDX Luxembourg, you'll have a impression, a 3D impression of the venue and all of the facilities. out there. So I'm sure once you've seen that, the next time there's an event in this, you might want to sign up.
Yeah, it's very special, not just for sports, but for music, trade shows, events. And yeah, as you mentioned, our first time in the men's Euro Tour 20-year history that we find ourselves in Luxembourg. Not necessarily the biggest of pool scenes here in the country, but we've seen...
Actually, Gethin, 34 years history. Just had to jump in there.
Oh, thank you very much. I will tell EBPF to update the website. Now, Lazar missed the one by a small margin, and that's allowed Arseny back to the table. Did he call the bank?
Well,
Was he?
whatever he is called, that definitely did not go to plan. And I think he's been a little bit fortunate not to leave his opponent with a straightforward angle to get better on the 3-ball, because he can get to the edge of the 3-ball, but with a bit of distance, and now that 4-ball being so close does make the next shot a bit more tricky. Not so much putting the 3-ball, of course, it's about getting nicely on the 4-ball.
And just to let our viewers know, the EuroTour women's event is also underway. We've had a couple of matches on the stream tables, but if you want to keep updated with the scores as they're coming in, please do visit EPBF.com. Oh, he's clipped the 4 first there. That's a misjudgment, Aya.
Yeah, and he's gonna see himself being, well, as I said, I thought he's gonna snooker him once again, but perhaps he feels this is way too good of an opportunity to run the rack. I don't know about the cue ball there, Gethin. A little bit surprised.
He did put his finger on the table as if this is where he wanted to get position for the 4, but well,
Off the 8 ball to the side.
yeah, I was going to say, if ever there was a time to keep your game compact, that was it. And if he can play this off the 8 into the side pocket, well, good things could come. That wasn't far away.
Unfortunately, not far away and close mean absolutely nothing in pool. That's the problem.
Absolutely. Well, again, Arseny had a chance, hasn't been able to convert it, and if Kostic is gonna keep hold of this match, these are the opportunities he needs to take. He may not get so many from Sebastianov. Oh, that's running. That's running. Did it stop?
I must say, Gethin, these tables seem to be playing very, very fast. Don't know, because you were on the other table a match prior to this, but you know, on the second time on this table, it's either the cushions being very lively, but in general, even when a ball is rolling, it's not slowing down at all.
No. And the first couple of shots from Dennis Graber in that match earlier, he indicated the same thing with his body language. It was just something he had to get dialed into. So, catching a few of the players out at times. have to say, for the Serbian here, Aya, this will be the start he would have hoped for. 2 breaks, 2 points on the board. He's still got these 2 to go.
He looks like a very solid player. Still early days, of course. I'm sure at some point towards the end part of the match we will see maybe a couple of errors, which is completely normal in live sports. But like you alluded to, Gethin, a nice 2-0 lead, and I suppose when he gets back to his chair, all he can hope for is a chance at one of these breaks by Arseni to increase that lead.
Yeah, I agree. And I also, just to point out, would like to comment on Lazar's rhythm. He's keeping his pace, playing Sebastianov. I mean, he didn't get the nickname The Flash for nothing. He can be brutally quick, even look quite rushed at times, and it sometimes can just take the opponent out of their own rhythm. And I've seen a few players tend to sort of speed up a little bit to match him, and that doesn't suit their own game. So he's keeping nice, composed, his game, his rhythm, and that should serve him very well in this match. He's been able to find shape on the 2. Every ball appears to have a pocket. The 7 possibly in a slightly tricky spot. But not a bad look at the run out here, Aya.
No, not at all. I think, you know, that 9 ball does make the positional options on the 7 slightly limited, if I can use that word.
Yeah.
But other than that, like you said, all the balls have a designated pocket available to them.
It would be a good rack to put on the board as well against Sebastianov's break. As I mentioned.
Have a look at that shot there, Gethin. You see how far it rolls? It just keeps on rolling. It is, I think, you know, usually it's a joy to play on, from my own personal experience, but it doesn't mean it's, you know, without any challenges.
No, I agree. If it's the same all over the table and on every rail, then it's a bit easier to get dialed into. It's when you just find maybe one cushion is a little bit hotter than the others, that can be very denting. Now, he's got good line on this 4. It's really going to be about, as you pointed out again, this 6 to the 7, so I'm just wondering if there's any way to develop it playing the 5, if he wanted to.
Yeah, he could, but also, I don't know whether he can manage to get there now with this angle. If he can leave himself any sort of a half wall angle on the 6, he can run into the 9 and play position for the 7. See, coming off 2 rails, there's a bit of risk involved, because if you go past the 9, you can all of a sudden snooker yourself, or at least not leave yourself a shot on the 7. See, when I say half ball, I meant the other side of the 6. So perhaps the safest bet here is to place your cue ball center table, probably a diamond below the middle pocket, which seems to be the spot he was aiming at. At least you can see the pot and give yourself a chance. Well,
oh, nicely done. Yep. Now, I was about to say, even though the 9 was quite close to the side pocket, it certainly is on, and this would be the key shot. He only needs to get shape on the 8, and this should be 3-0, and what can the flying Finn do to respond?
Yeah, at the moment, Arseny hasn't done a great deal wrong, so I think he should stay composed. I suppose when you start missing easy balls or, you know, butchering positional shots, easy positional shots, that's when it starts to get to you. But like you said, it is going to be 3-0, and nobody likes to be too far behind.
No. And, you know, as I mentioned, of the flash, Sebastianov, he can run for fun and put points on the board rather quickly, hence why I pointed out Lazar's rhythm and pace. But 3-0, that's the best possible start he could have hoped for, and be interesting to see how Arseny responds. Oh, the 9 creeped in the side pocket, Arya. That will be helpful.
Yes, it did, and this upcoming shot is a formality. Now, I'm wondering if he can still hold the 1 for the same corner pocket as the 7. Yes. And this becomes his best chance so far in the match to put his first rack on the board. And 1 you would feel get in, he must take.
Yeah, these races to 7, the score can creep up on you if you're not paying too much attention. And this being the second of his set of 2 breaks, you have to think this is his best chance.
Yeah, and that was a misjudgment. He was trying to go in between the gap of the 5 and the 2. That was a misjudgment. And is he playing safe? Yes, he is. So that's another, well, I say another, that is definitely a good chance gone begging.
And I hate to be pernickety, but he seemed to rush into that safety shot, and I'm sure he could have played that better if he'd thought about it a bit harder, because now the distance between the cue ball and that 5 does open up more options for Kostic.
Yeah, I was doing commentary with Eric the previous match, and I did bring up a point, and I'm curious to hear your thought on this. I feel at this level, one of the main criteria, as I say that, in playing safe is try to cover the 1 real escape.
Yeah. Yeah, I will agree with you on that, and that really just comes down to the quality of these players now. They can bank for fun, they can jump for fun, and, you know,
Kick.
They'll fancy making 1 rail escapes and even taking the pot on. So the safety games over the past few years have just had to be raised that much higher, and as I mentioned there, just a little bit of, I wouldn't say negligence, but maybe unhappy with the position he found himself in and rushed himself into the safety can sometimes work against you. And at this level, I mean, these players will pounce on pretty much anything. So I do feel personally locking that cue ball to an object ball when playing safe seems to have the best effect. And just while we have that short conversation, yeah, this is what the flash is capable of.
Yeah, left-handers, usually the best shot makers in the game. No exception here.
Yeah, and that is how quick the flash can do it. Brings the scoreline back to 3-1, but we will see the return of Kostic to the table for his round of 2 breaks. We have another match on our other stream table right now. Daniel Maciol. He's taking on Mieszko Fortunski. And if I find some updates on the scores, I will bring them to you as they're coming in. There's quite a few matches going on at the moment in this losers 5th round. Players out there, as you mentioned, Emile Andre Gangflot, Mario Hay, Quinton Pongers. There's some big names still left to come. So 3-1, Lazar Kostic leading in this race to 7. Good power.
But nothing to show for it, unfortunately. And I do feel this one is potable from where the cue ball is positioned. So this is a chance for Evgeny, Arseny.
Yep. No, I agree. And he's such a feel player. And he rides on his confidence that these are the sort of shots that when he does make them, he really tends to find that gear.
This is a little bit awkward with that 3-ball in his way. Normally you would stun this shot, but if you jack up the cue rather, I should say, you can easily lose the cue ball here. That's all because of the position of the 3-ball. He's still got at least 30 seconds available to him, so I wouldn't per se call a extension just yet. No, he's gone safe. Well, he has played the safety nice.
Yeah, he has. I thought that was quite risky, Arya. If he didn't get cover on the 8, I felt that one was going to just present itself over that bottom left corner. However, Sebastianov getting good cue ball behind the 8. And
Well, look at this
just
kid.
having a look. Yeah.
He's trying to come in between the 2 and the 4, and if he does that and hits the 1, he has a pretty decent odds to make this. Yeah, that always looked very, very narrow.
That looked tight. Yeah, indeed. I do like the optimism, and he clearly felt it was on, but it did look tight. Now, Sebastianov has ball in hand. Just having a little look around the table. Is there anything scaring you out there, Arya?
No, nothing. Well, a 10 ball isn't per se at the best possible spot, but it is just far enough of the knuckle where you should be able to pot it cleanly.
He's just had a look to see if the 6 passes the 10. Maybe feeling that depending on what shape he gets on the 5, that might be his best option. I think he could do either here, come below or above it. He's got options.
Pretty similar to the second rack we had in the match, where that 7 ball is slightly obscured with that 10 ball. Well, with this angle, I think he's gonna run into the 7. There's a bit of risk involved in this shot. Or is he playing safe? Once again, he's played safe, where I thought he's going to attack. Nothing wrong with that. He's playing the percentage. He's a quick thinker, that's for sure.
Well, that's it, and I think we're very used to him being probably generally more offensive than defensive, so it can sometimes be a surprise when he plays the safety, but he's done well here, and this does create a problem for Kostic, because although I do fancy him making contact, there's not really much out there
Yeah, he's called a 3-rail escape, and I agree with this shot selection. I think the 3-railer in this instance is a bit easier than the 2-railer. Cue ball needs to come. Well, no. That's a huge misjudgment. As you could, if you can rewind it back, you can see that cue ball after it hits the right side rail comes almost past that second diamond, but it should have been right in between the first and the second, perhaps even closer to the first diamond. But that is a huge misjudgment, and off the back of that good safety by Arseni, he's looking to chip away on that lead that Lazar has.
Yeah, and the thing is, he won't take much time around doing it. But it was a good reward from his safety play, and training 3-0 down before the last rack, he's probably had a little word with himself as well. But as you said, he hadn't done much wrong, so fully expect him to continue in that fashion.
Yeah, that's
And then
that's one element I feel, getting sorry to interrupt you, that it plays a big part. You know, all of these players would have been accustomed to, you know, see someone reel off 3 or 4 racks. It happens so often in pool, so that's not per se something unfamiliar, but once you start making silly errors in any department of the game, apart from the break, I suppose, that's when it starts to chip away from your confidence. But if you haven't done anything wrong and your opponent is 3 or 4-0 ahead, it's not ideal, of course, but it's not per se the moment to panic, because you start to panic when you had easy chances and you made the mess of it.
yeah, exactly. And that's the point to make. And this match so far, relatively error-free. I mean, this is what we've come to expect at this level of pool. But Lazar has just seen his 3-0 advantage now been reduced to just 1. Again, he seems to have great control on that break. Although the cue ball took a big collision, it was about to stop on the spot. But, as we've seen a few times already, Aya, dry break.
Now, first glance here, Gethin, I think that 3 and the 10 ball are sitting in a lovely place to send your cue ball towards to. Send that 1 ball up and down. Perhaps I
about
should
to
have
say-
sat behind them.
Yeah, exactly. Now, of course, he can make contact with the 1 here. Is there an option to play it off the rail and off the 8 into the corner pocket, or?
Yeah, that's a good point you raised there, Gethin. I think, look, it looks pretty straight to play that shot, which would mean he will need a big stroke on this. You would need a stop shot, or ideally just draw it back a touch, because the harder you hit these type of shots, the more missable they become. So if you want to play that shot like you suggested, off the rail, off the 8 ball, try to play a stop shot.
Wow.
Or just ignore anything I said there.
Yeah, it was a difficult one to take on, but there was certainly value in going on the offense there. I didn't really see much guaranteed safe options. He sort of got away with it a bit. Not left an easy opportunity on the 1 ball. So Sebastianov looking to play safe, and that's not safe. That's leaked out, I'm afraid.
Yeah, and as you can see, he's got options here. Drop the 5 ball in off the 1. Or that 10 ball up table is also presenting options. I think dropping the 5 in would be the play here. A cue ball would track towards that 10 ball afterwards, so it's got good odds. But it had to make the 5.
Ooh.
Yeah, needed to make that 5. Now the 10, the 1-10 combination is on. He's just had a look to see where the cue ball is going to track to. He does not want to leave it behind the 7. Oh, I don't think he's made that.
I tell you what, I think he was playing safe. But it's not safe, that's for sure.
No, he did look like he played it in that way. I agree with you, Arya. Maybe
Now,
bringing
I
the
don't know
7
whether
into
it can
play.
Play real first. It wouldn't even be a bad idea to try and jump this. Wow, that's worked out as a treat. What a great shot that was. Still needs to make another good positional shot here. Probably send the cue ball towards the left side. Anywhere near the 4 ball, you would think, faced with this angle.
Of course. Yeah, it is a big angle. I wouldn't put it past him if he decided to play safe, but you can understand why he will go offensive here from the position of the balls. And they remember to bring out the 10. Ooh. A friendly bump on the 4. It did threaten to scratch the cue ball. And now he's got to traverse the full length of the table to take this 2 on. And where the 3 is, being blocked by the 8, how gently does he dare to hit this?
Yeah, I think it's not per se advised to try and roll this in. But I'll tell you what, you might be onto something, Gethin. Yeah, that's probably the percentage shot there for me. Now, he was full aware that in order to continue the run, you'd have to play the 3-8 combination.
Yeah, he just rattled and a combination attempt 1-5. This one,
Yeah.
I would dare say, a little trickier.
He seems to be going for it though. Only 3 seconds left.
Oh,
Deserved a bit more, I feel, after that shot.
yeah, that might have been the shot clock as well, just focusing on the combination rather than considering position as well. But there was always a good chance that 3 was going to go safe. Now, what's he been able to reply with? A good save by the looks of it, Arya. I think that's full
Yep.
cover.
Yeah, nice shot. Cue ball close to the rail. A lot of distance. Well played.
Oh, looked like it was going close. However, if that's been able to still find the gap between the 6 and the 4 for the bottom left corner, this is a great opportunity for Kostic here.
Yeah, took the words out of my mouth. This is a great opportunity.
Yeah, there's nothing really jumping out as a red flag here. This is going to be down to Get in shape from the 6 to the 7 and bringing the 7 back up for the 9. And I have to say, again, I pointed this out earlier, Arya, I am very impressed with Lazar's composure. Clearly, it serves him well and has served him well, but it is so easy playing these quicker players to just sort of follow their lead, and he's not doing that.
Yeah, that's a good point you make, Gethin, and it's funny how often we see that happen. I think, look, it usually happens the other way. Oh, wow. It usually happens the other way around when you have a very, very slow player. You just tend to draw the energy out of the match, but the opposite doesn't happen that much, but it's definitely a good point. But you know, all good points aside, why and how he's missed that 6 ball is
No.
it's a big question.
That really is a credit to the way both these players are playing. You expect them to make all of these shots, and when the rare mistake does arise, you sit there scratching your head wondering how the hell did that happen. But don't underestimate how matches can shift with just small rolls of the ball that can or cannot be out of your control. But the score back to 3 apiece, and I have to say, not a bad time to take a timeout. It looks like Lazar has done that, and while he takes a small timeout, I would suggest myself and Aya Sarabi, we will just take a few moments along with them, and we will leave you looking over at the other match with Daniel Maciol and Mieszko Fortunski. We'll be right back with you when Lazar returns. And a warm welcome back to our viewers to this losers round 5 matchup between Arseny Sebastianov, the Flash, and our Serbian Lazar Kostic. You joined back at 3-3 after Lazar took his time out. My name is Gethin Davis. Back in the box with me, Aya Sarabi. Welcome back, Aya. And again, this is becoming a little familiar. A dry break from Sebastianov on this occasion, and there may be a little window between the 4 and the 3 to take this one on, or maybe not. Well, it sounded like a 9 was called to the top right. What a shot. Be very unfortunate if he's covered himself on the 1, which he has by the looks of his body language, but I have to say, that's up there with the highlight shots. Brilliant. He's going to go airborne. There's no real pocket available for the 1. He may have just called the 8 as a bit of insurance, but a good jump shot made the 1 ball with good contact, legal shot. This could be a tempter for Arseny here. And I just noticed during the timeout, Arseny was stood up looking over at the other table. That's the matchup between Daniel Maciol and Mieszko Fortunski. Quick update on the score there. Well, Fortunski's leading 4-2 in that match over on our other streamed table. Now, Lazar to have a look at this. Just off straight. Couldn't have played that any better. Great demonstration of a draw stroke there. And arguably on the right side of the 2 ball, just to bring the cue ball back towards the centre of the table for the 3. And if the 4's passing that 10, this rack has really opened up for Kostic here, and, well, dare say, was a good use of the timeout, but he's just off straight on this 3. He may be forced to come across towards the 6 to take the 4 in the same pocket. He didn't want to do that.
The moment he lands on the right side of the 6, you would really say this is a formality.
Yeah, agreed. It took one great shot with draw to get this opportunity, and he's doing rather well here. And again, I'm just liking his composure, walking around the table, just that extra time if he feels he needs it. And at this level, so important and really good for the amateur players at home just to take note of. However, what's he done here? Clearly he was listening to me. Oh, has he been fortunate there? Can he take this onto the side pocket?
Yeah,
Maybe.
that's an odd thing to say, isn't it? Considering he's butchered that positional shot. But look, 2 things happened there. You asked the question, 2 things happened. A misjudgment. He did pot the ball thinner, but it's just flown off the top rail. This table is very, very quick, and it's found him out there. He's going to play safe.
Well, it certainly is safe. But where that 6 has landed up, there's always a possibility of being able to make that 6, and the 8 sort of makes that corner pocket a little bit bigger. It would be unfortunate for Lazar if that would be the result from his safety. Well, I wouldn't put anything past either of these players. He's certainly putting a lot of thought into this. So Sebastianov will likely call the 6 ball into the top left corner. Oh. Well, he nearly potted that clean as a whistle. How the 6 didn't drop, I do not know. How the cue ball dropped, well, I'm still not completely too sure. We may get to see that on the replay, but ball in hand to Lazar here will be a real gift. Ooh.
Tiny error to land dead straight here on the 7. Luckily, even if he places his cue ball pretty much where it is now, that shouldn't cause any problems on the 8 ball.
Well, Lazar did take the timeout at 3 apiece. If that was in an effort just to have a word with himself and just put a little bit of halt on Arseni's momentum, it looks to have worked. This 10 ball to regain the lead in a race to 7, and we'll be at 4. Nicely done. 4-3, great result. It will be Sebastianov with the second of his 2 breaks. If I tell you now, Arya, if Lazar can convert this one to a point on the board as well, he will be breaking with the opportunity to take this match at his break. And there's not been much to pick between these 2 players, but it would certainly be quite a formidable position for him to be in.
Yeah, absolutely. We did mention the break. That's been causing quite some challenges for both of these players.
Yeah, as you mentioned, the breaking outside of the box just creates a little bit of an extra challenge, and I can't say with my hand on my heart that I've seen any player in this tournament really be able to take the break by the scruff of the neck from a consistency perspective. So it will be interesting to see if any cream rises to the top, so to speak, but as all of these players will fully be aware of, it doesn't just take the break working, it takes a lot of other skills in the bag, but the break is one of the biggest parts of it.
Hand on your heart, huh? That's some statement.
Profound.
No, but you're completely right, even though we're having a quick laugh there, but the break format has really challenged all of these players. Look, I told you I was doing commentary. The match between Joshua Filler and the man on the other side of the arena, Daniel Maciol. Sure, Joshua Filler did what Joshua Filler does. Started off like a rocket, raced to a 5-0 lead, but ever since, a couple of errors crept in, and it wasn't all break and runs.
No, Tim alluded to it earlier with the quality of these players and the youth players coming through, being able to break from the center in the 10 ball format. Many of them were just finding it a little bit too easy and running away with it. So I really do like Predator and the EBPF have done here, and it has made for more exciting matches. It also has just added a little element of frustration for the players, because you can see it in them, you know, not being able to run away with the match. And I'm sure in other rotation events they tend to enjoy that feeling and not seem to be getting away with it so much here, and it really does bring the best out of them.
Yeah, that's always the biggest challenge, because with the highest form of respect for pool billiards in general, it is a game where you can quite easy run racks and, you know, break and run, particularly if the level is as high as these players are. So you have to be a bit inventive with the breaking format, otherwise you're only going to see one-way traffic, and that's never really, it doesn't create a lot of drama, let me put it that way. You want to see a fight, you want to see two players involved in the match, rather than, well, he is excellent, so he's going to take a 9-0 lead before he once misses, and then all of a sudden the other guy has a chance and have a look at the table. It wouldn't be great TV, in my opinion.
No, and I have to say, from my perspective as well, I agree. As much as I really enjoy watching the greats running away with matches, it's not as entertaining and as the dramatic games, the close games, the ones where players are having to sometimes not just fight against the opponent, but maybe fight against themselves or the format. And, you know, it's something which I've really come to enjoy over the previous Predator events. And of course, there's still the occasion you'll find players running away with matches, but not so often here.
Yeah, and when we talk about a perfect set, to be completely honest with you, Gethin, and I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. If you would look at the statistics, it happens probably once a season.
Yep, I think that's fair.
So
I think that's fair.
Even though all of these players, if you would look at their pot success towards the business end, it would usually be anywhere above 90%, which is exactly what we've come to expect. But it's never going to be perfect, and that's also part and parcel because of the breaking format. Otherwise, if it's going to be an old school format with winner breaks, yeah, you could see a lot of lopsided matches.
Well, more importantly, from the perspective of the players, the scoreline being 4-4, we now move over to the start of Kostic's round of 2 breaks. You could arguably say we're back to level. Now, no shot on the one. Push shot available. And that's what I think he was looking at, putting distance between the balls. But I don't fancy Sebastianov giving this back.
No, not at all. I think pushing into an open area, even though there's not a straightforward pot on, is not per se playing your cards to the best of odds. Yeah, have a look at this. There's quite some balls to hide the cue ball behind. In the end, it was the 8 ball. Like you said, Gethin, it was always going to be highly unlikely for Arseny to hand it back to his opponent. So you could argue, not per se the right push out.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. It's a tricky one, and something which I have quite a few conversations with colleagues and players on my pool team, and I just see a few occasions, even when someone has played a push, that the opponent hasn't even got out of the chair to have a look at what's going on. He's pretty much accepted the fact of, go on, you have it then. And, you know, without even thinking about what your opponent may have had in mind when they played the push even. And it's something which I think has been, or certainly when I was growing into the rotation game, was very much overlooked. But there is some tactics to be played in that push game. I've seen players such as Niels Fine playing the push shot to push the cue ball into a more favourable jump position, which their opponent hasn't picked up on. Regardless, we're back to Sebastianov. He's just got the score back to 4 apiece, and he's looking very keen to push on from that momentum change. You certainly realise how he picks up the moniker of the Flash. He even just looks, in the way he thinks quicker. Everything just seems to happen that little bit more quicker. It's incredible.
The rapid Viking.
Exactly. Yeah, I've heard the flying Finn mentioned a few times. I've certainly picked up on that. But the Flash, I think, is a great one, and really indicative of the way that he likes to play. But this against the break, Arya, an important rack for Arseny. We shouldn't really overlook the importance of these racks at this stage of the match.
No, not at all. It started off a race to 7. It is now a race to 3. And he's already lost one of them. So you could argue this next rack is a must-win for him, just to give himself a chance. And it goes without saying, after this, whatever the scoreline will be, Arseny will have 2 breaks available to him.
Well, Lazar may have just been sent a message from Sebastianov there. We'd be unlucky if he scratches from that break, because it took a big knock.
Yeah,
He's
spotted
made a
the
ball.
10 ball. Will be respotted, and you know, on that previous camera angle, it looked for a second that 1 ball does go past the 2. If it does, this is a chance. Yeah, it's called a 1, so it must go. Now then, Gethin, do we foresee any problems other than, you know, an unexpected miss or something?
No. I mean, if you really want to pick hairs, you could say that the 9... no, I'm not going to do that even. But what I won't do is put all the pressure on the young man. But I think that opening 1 ball has given him a great opportunity here. And as you've alluded to, not too much to be concerned about out there on the table.
What I would say is, a couple of occasions in the match, he has lost his cue ball. So I think that's going to be his biggest challenge moving forward, because he's got all the shots and he's got the fundamentals. Really needs to take charge of that cue ball and finish these type of opportunities.
Yeah, and to add to that great comment, Arya, I actually feel for his belief in this match. I think it will do him the world of good. I just got a feeling that Arseny jumping on the hill first may just disjoint him a little. So this Key. I love 5 apiece. I think that really will make it a match. It'll be... Yeah, it just wouldn't be nice for the young man to not be able to close out here and put his opponent on the hill. Hopefully that's not resting in the back of his mind. He's just playing free, but it's certainly something to think of towards the latter stages of this match.
No, it's a good point you make, Gethin. And I suppose many of us have experienced a similar type of occasion, but when you're playing, all you need to do is focus on making the ball and, you know, execute the shot to the best of your abilities with that, you know, position, the next position in mind. We've heard all of the greats talk about this. It's about keeping it simple when the storm is out there. And that's one way to keep it simple. Focus on the shot and focus on the execution on the shot. Forget about the scoreline, forget about the prize money or whoever is watching. That's not relevant when you're at the table.
No, I like the way you put that. And, you know, let's not forget, these guys are on the TV tables, extra lights, cameras, activity around them. It can sometimes be a little overwhelming, but I guess the more these players are under these spotlights, the more used to they'll get to it. But that, and also a shot clock beeping, there's plenty out there to just keep them on their toes.
Derail you.
Yeah, derail you, great word.
Yeah. But this 10 ball, like you said, to make it a race to 2. Worth mentioning, Arseny will have 2 breaks, so theoretically he can run out the match.
Yeah, I agree. Small advantage for the Flash. But more importantly, the Serbian, Kostic, doing exactly what he needed to do there, and, you know, recognizing that that was not the most difficult of patterns there. That sometimes can just add the pressure on, and the fact that he's been able to close that out, and now he's given himself every chance in this match. Let's see what Sebastianov can do in response. 5-5, race to 7. I'm not hearing anything dropping, are you?
No, I was about to say, did get a solid contact, but that has been the story of the match, Gethin. I think that's not an unfair statement to say. Both of these players have really struggled to master the break, and that is not implying that they don't have the tools. It just means that the table was, well, playing a bit more difficult than they would have loved.
You mentioned in your previous match with Filler taking a quick lead. Did you find that he'd got the break working? Was there anything that you spotted that was different, or pace-wise?
Good question. Look, you know, one thing that was very that stood out for me is he was breaking the pack, but the cue ball was hitting it thin on the opposite side. So usually when you play a cut break, most of our avid pool fans would know, you know, you're hitting it, let's say, you know, just off straight, where the cue ball is going towards the side of the table that you're breaking. But with Filler, at least 2 or 3 occasions, the cue ball went the other side, but he still managed to pot a ball. So maybe he was onto something, I don't know. He's just too good to say, oh, it's a coincidence. But yeah, that's my answer. He wasn't per se breaking textbook in that match.
No, I was commentating on a match of his as well, and that was the reason I asked. I actually felt that he had a really loose cue ball, because the cue ball was coming off the long rail back up the top of the table, and just, well, I felt it was scratch worthy. He didn't scratch at all, but didn't get it working as well as I'm guessing that he can do in that respect. So it's just interesting to hear your feedback on that. But I have
Yeah,
seen...
I think I could, you know, attest to what you're saying. It wasn't textbook stuff, let me put it that way. But you know, here's perhaps an unpopular opinion. Us pool fans and pool players, we can talk months and days about the perfect break and how to perform the perfect break, but I've always said a perfect break does not even exist. The only thing you want in a break is a ball down and a shot at the first next ball. That's all you want. Now you can hit it 10 out of 10 technically, but if you don't make a ball out of 5 attempts, what's that worth then? Well, yeah, you executed the break to perfection, but you didn't make a ball. Now you have another guy, you know, the cue ball is flying all over the place. Yes, he's being a bit fortunate, but every single time he pots a ball and he gets a shot. I mean, I'd much rather be that guy than the guy who's nailing the break but not getting a shot.
Well, talking of being unlucky, Sebastianov played quite a creative shot there to try and deaden the cue ball to hold for the 7. It's just rolled up against the long rail. Makes tricky cueing. Navigated very well. And this from a miss from Lazar. And in short fashion, Sebastianov jumping on this opportunity. Now, staring down the barrel of getting on the hill first. He only leads by 1, it's 6-5. But job done getting to the hill first, and he will have the break. So Arya, he could be breaking for the match at this opportunity, and I have to say, judging from his breaks so far, I wouldn't be surprised to see Lazar back at the table.
Yeah. And I do wonder if he's going to switch sides. No. Sticking to his guns.
Ooh. Well, Lazar will get back to the table, Arya, but with no look at this 1. Does have the option to play a push. But where you would push to, well, your guess is as good as mine, to be fair, Arya.
Well, if you're playing a push out here, push out.
I like going for this.
You'd like to create a lot of distance and ideally glue that cue ball towards the rail, because otherwise that's not glued to the rail. This presents options for his opponent. He has a chance here to try and play a safety in the wall of the balls you have there, you know, the 4, 5, 3, 7 or the 10, anywhere, you know, in that area. Send the cue ball up table. He's got a great odds here to play safe, and that's why I said it had to be glued to the rail. This is much more feasible than if it would have been glued to the rail.
Yeah, I agree. And I also agree with you in the fact that Arseny had options there as well, which is always useful. He's now brought the 7 in between the cue ball and the 1. It looks like Lazar's tempted with the 1 rail escape. I also think he's called it in the bottom right. Oh. How do you like that one, Arya?
Well, called it and nailed it. What a great shot that was.
Yeah, I like that. That was confident, and if that is the shot he's needed to play to stay in this match and get to the hill to join his opponent, so be it. What a keeper. Yeah, good pace. Can he stop the cue ball and not bring the 5 into play? He can. And has an angle on the 4 to pop the cue ball back out to a similar position. Well, if this does go all the way, Aya, it will be Lazar to break, I believe.
Yes, that is correct. We will have the final break of the match.
Looking good for him out there.
He's slightly lost his cue ball there. See the angle now is sending that cue ball towards the 8. He might just be able to hold it. Would have preferred to be straight on the 7 or even off straight the other side of the 7. And that will annoy him. I mean, he's had to play a lot more distance with the cue ball, and it's these little shots where you know in the back of your mind it should not have been this difficult.
No, it was all from his opening shot into that side pocket. He just needed to drop it in, I felt, but regardless, he's making the shots, and that's really all that matters. And this now, with not too much cue ball manoeuvring needed to stay for the 10, this could be going all the way, Aya, and I have to say, deservedly so.
Yeah, it should go all the way from this position. If you miss, forgive me if I'm being too harsh, you don't deserve to win the match. And he's not going to miss. It's going to be 6-all. One final break. Who's going to win it? Stay with us.
Yeah, absolutely. Who will win it? Well, I'm sure there's plenty of people putting their opinions in the comment section. Just to bring you any updates on the scores, it looks like Mieszko Fortunski has beaten Daniel Maciol over on table 1, 7-3. Are there any other names coming through? There are some results. Fabio Rizzi through, Dominic Jastrzab through, Mika van Berkel through, and Mario Hay also through. And while we bring you the rest of them updates, it looks like Arseny has taken his time out, quite timely so. I would just suggest Aya Sarabi and myself will also take a quick time out, and we'll be back with you for this last rack thriller. Don't go anywhere, we'll be back very shortly. Well, welcome back to our viewers on Pro Billiard TV and RTL Luxembourg. You join us back for the deciding rack in this absolute thrilling matchup between Sebastianov Arseny and Lazar Kostic. Well, the story so far, it's been pretty close all of the way, but it did look like Sebastianov was going to just eke the right lead at the right time. But Lazar has fought back magnificently and gets the break for this deciding rack. My name's Gethin Davis. Joining me back in the box, Arya Sarabi. I'm not going to pick it. Do you dare?
No, but look, it is a cliche. All you want in a deciding rack is a chance. Now, in theory, this man at the table has a great opportunity. But to add to what you were saying, the story of the match also has been both players finding it increasingly difficult to get a ball on the break. As we saw there, a couple of balls threatening to drop, but nothing dropped. And that has been the main story of the match.
Yep, that's really been the difference between a player taking this match by the scruff of the neck or not. Now, what's Sebastianov thinking here? He's going to keep the pressure on with a good safe. Jumpable safe, though.
Yeah, most definitely, and highly likely to play here. Perhaps jumping to get it safe, not so much to... Yeah, there you go. This is a jump bank shot, so his main objective is to hit the one and create some distance. Well, it's close. It is close. What a shot that is.
Wow.
That is spectacular. But I have to say, Gethin still needs to play another great shot.
Yeah, I've got a feeling he won't be jumping this 8-ball to take this 2-on. Now, I do like that call. There is also a chance the cue ball could run behind another ball. Oh, he's made the 4. And left the 2 out there, Arya. I mean, Arseny could give this back, but I don't think he will.
No. This is, in fact, a chance for Arseny to close out the match. In it goes. Doesn't want to land straight. How quick is that table?
Yeah. Ooh. Running into that 6, I was sure he was going to run behind it.
Yeah, myself as well. So, interesting way of playing it. No harm done, however.
Yeah, he's just running through his 5 to 6 to 7, and he showed us exactly where he wants this cue ball, or certainly the line of it. Now, can he take the 8 on to the bottom right corner pocket, or is the 9 hampering it? That will be the next thing I'm having to think about. Looks like the 8 will pass for the bottom left pocket regardless, but oh no, it won't. So
8 into the side is probably the best play here.
I think you're right
as well. This is essentially for the match. If he can pot this, land on the 8, there's nothing preventing him to take the match, and he's just took it up. Stuck it up, I should say, but
Wow. Oh, that's a turnaround, and I have to say, from the run of play so far, very, very unexpected. These are not mistakes you'd expect from either player, but there's pressure out there. This is
Of course it is. That's
for a
brutal.
place in the
This is
losers'
round
quali.
5. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's gonna hurt. I mean, that's presuming that Lazar is gonna punish this. Yeah.
That's looking good. That's looking very good.
Perfect.
And with a game that has been so tight throughout, it was going to take something unfortunate like that miss from Sebastianov to be the difference, I'm afraid to say. Now, these last remaining 2 balls are yet. I would like to say I can't see anything going wrong, but I have been bitten too many times in this commentating box.
Yeah, you know, under pressure, crazy things can happen, but we should really finish this off.
He has done, and a big exhale from the young Serbian. He will progress through to the losers qualification, beating Arseny Sebastianov on the hill. Well done, Lazar Kostic. We will be back with you all in 30 minutes for the start of our next round of play. It will be the men's losers qualification round. And if you want to keep updated with the fixtures, as we're still waiting for a few results to come through first, please do visit EPBF.com and keep that bookmarked, where you'll get all the live scores, results and newsletters coming through. It's been a pleasure. My name is Gethin Davis, my colleague Aya Sarabi. Please don't go anywhere. We will be back in 30 minutes for more Day 3 action. Don't go anywhere.
division with the following matches on table number 1. Alexa Pencil, Mateusz Snigoki. On table number 2, Mario He, Dennis Grabe. On table number 3, Erik Matern, Jaroslav Polach. On table number 4, Jeczko Fortulski, Jakub Kowot. On table number 7, Emil Andrigan Flott, Walter Reike. Table number 8, Dominik Jastrab, Radoslav Babica. Table number 9, Fatjom Lamsche, Benjamin Dalhassen. Table number 10, Fabio Rizzi, Yuri Tisplos. Table number 11, Ante Schola, Max Benko. Table number 12, Mika van Berkel, Ugo Türki. On table number 13, Christian Milva, Hubert Lopotko. Table number 14, Andrea Klasovic, Mustafa Alna. Table number 16, Karl Knatberg, Tobias Bongers. Table number 17, Lazar Postic, Viktor Fortulski. Table number 18, Tim Jonkman, Daniel Gutenberger. Have a short practice, 1 round each, and start your match please as soon as possible, except for table 1 and 2, they will wait for the TV crew. Thank you.
And welcome back, pool fans from all around the world. This is the Predator Luxembourg Open, another EuroTour stop made possible by Predator and the EPBF, the European Pocket Billiard Federation. And what a match we have coming up in the loser qualification round. Both players will be looking to qualify to go into the last 32 single elimination stage. And we have Mario Hey from Austria up against Dennis Grabe from Estonia. I truly believe this will be a cracker of a match, and in the commentary box for this match is my good friend and colleague Aria Sarabi, together with myself, Tim de Ruiter. Welcome, Aria.
Thanks, Tim. Lovely intro. Yeah, you're absolutely right there, Tim. This is going to be a cracker, and this matchup is worthy to grace any final. But here we are. It's the losers qualification. So, any insights on who you make favorite, Tim?
I mean, it's still tough. I think Mario, execution-wise, a beautiful player to watch. But Dennis is just always tough. He's good in the moving game, plays good strategy, good defense, so always difficult to beat. And actually, Dennis lost the winners qualification. We just watched that match. Actually, I was in the booth for it against Maximilian Lechner, and he lost 7-5. But honestly, he didn't really play bad at all. Like, it was a very pretty match to watch. And of course, now I had to say that, and him missing very early in this match the 2-ball. So I'm actually expecting this to be really close till the end. Who knows what's gonna happen?
Yeah, the race to 7 with this 2 breaks per player format is really to be considered as a pretty short race, as he's played that kick shot to perfection. Well, I say perfection, he's made the shot, of course, and he has a putt on the 3-ball here, but it is very thin, and more importantly, Tim, controlling the cue ball will pose a problem here.
Well, in general, this whole layout is a bit weird to start with. The 2-ball that Dennis missed wasn't the easiest shot at all to start with, and looks like Mario is cutting this 3-ball, has to avoid contacting the 5, which, well, I didn't think it was possible, but he was also running out of time there, Aria, so he had to play something. It doesn't get any easier.
No, exactly, and you could argue he might be forced into taking this 4-ball. If he can drop this one in, he's got a great chance to take the first rack, although it's looking like he's playing safe. Because I didn't recall him calling a pocket, and he's got it safe, although pretty fortunate, I feel.
Well, he is going airborne on this. I'm just wondering, he will have to play this into the top right corner if he would like to have some shape on the 5, but he's playing this into the center. How is he gonna get onto the 5-ball?
Well, the cue ball is gonna do a runner, that's for sure.
Well, that's the beauty of rotation pool. Make a hit and pray for the best at times.
Yeah.
Bad news
The
though,
only
the
thing-
5-ball now locked up.
Yeah, the only thing you don't want to do here, Tim, is give away ball in hand. Just make sure you hit the 4. It doesn't even matter where it lands. But safe would be preferred, of course. And safe it is. What a great return that is.
Now, things getting worse and worse, honestly. If it kind of feels like we're playing backwards. Clusters and like we're adding more problems to the table than they were actually laying. Makes no sense to pocket the 4 unless you're playing safe onto the 5 ball, which he's gonna play real thin. As you can see, the 6 also not going by the 7, so for future reference, not too interesting really to go for a run out at all.
Have a look
Oh,
at
he's
this
gonna
shot
play.
he's gonna play. Oh, that's a
Yeah,
great
this
shot.
is something special.
Oh, wait
Just
a
don't
second.
spoil the fun. I did actually, the 10 helped him out as well. If you would want to kick over the right side, the 10 is now blocking that too, so. Pretty
Much
shot.
the same principles here, Tim. If you give a ball a hand in a way, your opponent can disturb that 6 and a 7, so just need to make sure you hit the 5 and don't scratch.
Yeah, main thing was to make contact and not leave something decent on. You know, you don't want to make contact and now suddenly give your opponent the angle to open up that cluster. 6, 7, 10. Now, is he going aggressive? Top right spin? No, he played for the top side of the 6. He might be onto the 6. And if he doesn't like it, it looks like he's gonna stick the cue ball with the 7, and I don't mind this at all. I mean, it's gonna put quite some pressure on Dennis. 6 ball in the middle of the table, so easy to slip by and not make contact.
A couple of excellent safety shots played by Mario Hay there. There's pressure on this shot. Needs to hit it and get it safe. Not easy from this position, Tim. But not easy doesn't mean impossible. That's some result. Oh, that is absolutely brilliant. What a great kick shot that is. That is, without question, in the race for one of the shot of the tournaments. Insane shot.
Oh, and then to miss that 7 ball. I mean, we all know the saying, the shot right after a beautiful shot is always the most difficult. Well, should say this rack is all for the taking, all up for grabs for Dennis, even though most of the hard work has been done by Mario. But it doesn't come easy, Arya. I mean,
No.
we'll have to slice this into the side. You're not going to risk it taking it onto the corner. But playing it onto the side, you have to make sure not to scratch. And he's done well. So it looks like the opening rack going to Dennis. But already quite the battle in the opening rack. Safety exchange.
I'll continue, Tim.
Well, I was going to say the safety exchange early on in the match can also cause them to freeze up a little bit early on too.
Yeah, and you know, I was going to add to not just the safety exchange. We've seen a lot of good shots being performed in that rack, although ultimately that missed 7 by Mario has caused him to end up on the wrong side of that first rack. Encouraging signs. 2 balls down with a shot on the 1, although not easy at all.
Yeah, good news is he will have to slice this in, and the cue ball is gonna run quite some distance, but he will have to run the cue ball anyways to get on the 2 ball. So I mean, I'm not saying he has to take it on, but I would be tempted with a bit of left spin. Could go around the 6, 2 rails, just get to the bottom side of the 8. Yeah, he's called it. Well, he's played it differently, but the bump on the 8 will definitely work. And besides that, I mean, I think just from the 1 to the 2 ball was the most difficult shot there is.
Yeah, he seems to like this type of shot into the middle pocket.
Yeah, still will have to avoid traffic, so either play with left spin, go 2 rails, stay away from the 10, or indeed some right spin to check the cue ball, but well, played with some risk, could have landed behind the 6, and he's now on the rail. Slight angle away from the 4 ball.
Likely to just dolly this one in. Perhaps not.
Yeah, as I mentioned, Grabe losing to Lechner earlier today. Mario Hay yesterday losing to Victor Zielinski. Had to go through the one lost side quite a couple rounds. And I have to say, had a pretty difficult draw as well. Had to beat Oliver Zolnocki in loser round 4. In loser round 5, he had to beat Luca Men from Germany. And then now Dennis Grabe to qualify, so tough road. Dennis playing himself through the winner's side and then losing to Lechner, as I just mentioned.
Yeah, good point, Tim. That's the quality of these EuroTour events. When you go deep in one of these tournaments, more often than not, it would mean that you have to beat some of these title contenders.
Yeah, you will have to beat good players in order to get to last 16 quarterfinal. Like, there's no way to it. Even last 32 means that you must have beaten some guys that might be even better than you, but on a good day. And now Grabe taking a comfortable lead, 2-0. Has won 2 out of 2 on his own breaks. It's obviously 10 ball, call shot, raise to 7, breaking per 2 racks. He successfully defended his 2 serves. And that's gonna automatically put a little bit pressure on Mario's next 2 breaks. He's breaking off the short rail though, bit of a different break.
This situation immediately lends itself for me to ask you this question, Tim. You've done some matches now since the start of the day. Have you picked up on anything on the break? Because on this table, I've had the pleasure to do, well, this is my 3rd match in a row, and I've not yet seen a player master the break.
Well, the only difference though, it's tough to tell because there's always a little bit of a difference between every other table. So I've done 2 matches on the other TV table. That table seemed to be breaking quite well, but you gotta pop the cue ball or a very solid hit but soft. But yeah, I've only seen 3 breaks on, yeah, till now I've only had 3 breaks on this table, so, but they seem to be very sensitive, as in, it looks like a soft break might work, but it's always scary to break the ball soft, so yeah, I will have to do a bit more research, I think. This is a clever safety shot right here. I'm not even sure if he can actually get to the 1 ball.
Now, how would you rate the chances of the winner of this match for the tournament in its whole?
Well, I have to say, Mario is one of these players that he's won EuroTour events where he's lost the very first match, went all the way through the loser bracket and still wins the event. So, and Dennis already also had won, I think, 3 EuroTours now. So these two, I mean, this match could easily be a final.
And Dennis is now in a lot of trouble. I'll tell you what, Tim, I think it is in his best interest to remove that 10 and the 5 ball there. Because I don't see a path for him to hit the 1. And it's going to be a second foul if he does try and attempt to putt the 1, or hit the 1, I should say. Now, he has played an intentional foul, but
I was gonna say, I like the fact that he was pushing the balls away to make things more difficult for Mario. On the other side, I think I would have intentionally fouled the 10 ball away to where there's so much more space now to get onto the 1. Now, if Mario plays a stop shot on the 1 ball, the 1 and the 5 will go, and the cue ball sticks close to the 10. Yeah, and then it's on 2. Does he have enough to go over the short rail? I think it might be just enough. A little bit of a masse, extra spin on the cue ball. So missed opportunity for the Panda.
yeah, but you can also play this off the side rail. If that cue ball hits that middle diamond, he's got good odds to hit the 1. This is going to be a 2-rail escape. Has to hit this 1, of course, otherwise he's going to lose the rack.
Yeah, there's no possible scratches though, so it's just, oh, he's Really missed the one. That's the 3 fall. You don't get to see this very often, but a quick win for Mario Hay. And has another break to come.
Yeah, once again, very solid hit on the one, but no balls down.
Yeah, this time you would say he's hit a... I mean, it was quite a pretty break. Oh, and Dennis missing the one. I mean, he was guaranteed to be on the 2 ball. It was just all about make the ball.
Careless.
I mean, at times you can also feel the pressure knowing that it's kind of a must make. You're supposed to make these kind of thoughts. Yeah, do we see any challenges? Maybe from the 7 to the 8? Some trouble. I don't think we're gonna fancy playing the 8 to the bottom left. Unless he has to, unless he gets kind of straight onto the 7 maybe. Oh, but Basie doesn't want to be on the rail.
Yeah, see, like I told you earlier, that I've done 2 matches prior to this one on this table, and I really feel that the rails are very reactive, and it caught him out there. He's still on this 3 ball and he can still retrieve the situation, but he's a lot more awkward on the 3 ball than he intended to be. Well, we are heading towards that segment, like you mentioned, at the top of the rack, the 7 to the 8. That seems to be the key shot here. Coming on and off the top rail. Needs that cue ball to travel a bit more. That's okay.
Yeah, the good news is he only has to drop this in. The cue ball automatically will go twice the long rail back to the center of the table. Just top spin, maybe a little bit of left, top left. Oh, he's even gonna do more with the cue ball. Surprised. And he's landed just in between.
Yeah, he's lost his cue ball. It might be just okay. Any just half of a ball revolution further, this would have been even more so awkward. I think making it in, well, he's looking at the top right, is he? I thought top left is for sure the easier one, but he seems to prefer the top right.
Yeah, maybe because if he hits the long
he's looking
rail,
at it.
kind of soft. He does have the pocket speed option if he goes to the top right, not to the top left. Yeah, he is preferring to the top right.
top right, and he was right. What a great shot.
Well, both players defending their own breaks. 2 out of 2 wins on his own break, Mario. We'll have to see whatever he gets after Dennis's break. Now the good news is the break so far hasn't really been doing much, so it's difficult to take a big lead if the break is not there. Dennis gonna do exactly the same, or are they gonna try things? As you see, he's hit it great, but no ball's really like tracking towards the side. And well, the opener is not too great either. I'm not a huge fan of this shot. It's there, you gotta take it on, but well, easily missed these kind of shots.
With the table breaking so difficult, you would almost tend to say it's a shame you cannot fold the cards like in poker and go, you can have this break, I'll skip one. Yeah, tough opening shot. Yeah, I don't think he's called the pocket per se. Yeah, he didn't go for that. He played the safety, and the line was okay, but just, well, perhaps the line wasn't okay. The pace was too hard. Did get the second part of the shot right. Whenever you're playing safe, the main priority is to get the object ball safe. It's not open for an easy pot. Has called the bank. The two-rail escape here seems to be the most beneficial escape, I would say.
Yeah, I can imagine he might feel tempted to take something aggressive onto the 6. Really doesn't have to play it. Could play a safety, create a distance, but you feel like if you catch the bottom of the 6, the one stays over the side. If you catch it full, it stays over the side. Oh. Well. Chosen not to go aggressive. But this is makeable though, especially if you go over the second rail. Makes quite a big ball on the one ball to drop.
Absolutely, Tin. This is one of those you would fancy him to make, although just caught him out. Now, first glance, you would tend to think, I don't know whether that 2 goes past the 3. If it does, that's the easiest way to play position. If it doesn't, it is available in these bottom 2 corner pockets. But it doesn't seem to have a lot of angle here on the 1. Of course, it also goes past the 7. Excellent cue ball control there. Might have to nudge the 5 here.
Oh, came up a bit short. Is he gonna draw into the 8 maybe on this? Don't think.
It's pretty
Don't think
thin.
he can go around the 4.
No, and like you're saying, probably hitting the 8 is gonna be a good bet here. But the problem is that the putting angle is pretty thin, so I genuinely question whether you can hit it full ball. Yeah, just enough to hold it. Now, doesn't want to run into the 7 or 6 here. He's playing direct position for the 5 ball. Could have landed a bit more favorable. Don't expect any problems, however. It's imperative that he leaves himself any sort of an angle on this 7. Yeah, nicely played. The Panda Express is seeming on the track once again. See how hard that comes off the rail. It's maybe, well, I say hard, maybe it's just the table being very fast. That can also be a factor. But whatever.
Yeah, definitely.
It may be.
Difficult for us also to tell because we're not there. But maybe the weather is so great, or maybe it's very humid, and the rails just seem to pick up a bit more pace because of that.
Yeah, whatever the case may be, Mario Hay is locked in.
Now, just this opener was dead straight onto the 1, so not really too much he could have done. This is probably the only thing he could have done. And now, besides just cutting the 2 ball in, he will also have to take the speed into account, because he will have to play a 3-8 combination. Look at that pace. He's almost put himself straight in onto the combination area. This is looking good. As you said, the Panda Express definitely left the station.
Yeah, Mario Hay is one of those players I feel has got impeccable cue ball control, much like his compatriots Albin and Max Lechner. Very, very clean play he has.
Yeah, gotta say, indeed, impeccable cue ball control, but he's lost control over the 3 ball. So we're gonna see Dennis at the table. Question is, will he be able to see the 3 ball? Oh, and he's not gonna like this. What has he played there? The only scary thing on this is the fact that Dennis will have to cut this in and hold the cue ball for the 4, so it's a bit of a timid stroke. Cue ball tracking towards the right side pocket. Depending on how thin or thick you hit it. Oh, and that little flick of the 5, that will do. Cannot imagine him playing for the flick of the 5, but definitely will take that. Lands straight onto the 5, and it's a stop shot straight in on the 6, straight in on the 7, so this will get him going, you would say, but now again, a bit off line on the 5 ball. Oh, and this is, you kind of can feel there's some tension on the table. And I do understand. I mean, obviously, both world-class players. So playing each other is definitely gonna give them some nerves. But it was awful close to scratch into the center, and that is just unbelievable stuff. Now, how is the pace on this? Needs the cue ball either to go or to stop, like stop early or go further. It's just okay to where the cut should be more of a formality. Of course, occasionally you're gonna miss one, but should be fine for 3 each. Yeah, we are going 3 each, Arya. This is starting to become a heated battle.
Yeah, we were expecting that at the top of the program, weren't we, Tim? We both did mention this is likely to be a cracker, and it's definitely building up to that. But the break, Tim, it's hard to look past the break. It's been causing a lot of challenges for both of these excellent players. Of course, my job wouldn't be the same the moment I say that he makes 3 balls.
Yeah, I thought you said the table was breaking not so great, but... Well, then still, he also had the perfect hit this time, hitting it full square in the face. But it's not easy to replicate that over and over. And look at this for a nasty opening shot, queuing over the 6, has to cut. You know, if you go for it and you miss the 1, most likely you're gonna sell out too.
Yeah, it's a funny spot to be in because you know the table is sitting very inviting. So if you make this opening shot, you'd back yourself 10 times out of 10 to clear the table, but needs to find the gap. No, it's going to be a jump. Now with this man at the table, if I was sitting in the seat of Dennis, I wouldn't feel too confident that he's going to miss this.
Oh, overcut. What's he gonna give Dennis? Well, it's a shot, and Dennis doesn't really have to do much more with the cue to be on the 6.
I would love to see what type of an angle he has on this 6 ball. It looks straight, but well, straight enough. And so it would be very surprising if Dennis doesn't go on to win the rack here. And that is rather disappointing for Mario because he had a lovely break, but in the end it's going to be Dennis who runs away with the rack.
Yeah, this momentum going all over the place. Dennis being up 2-0, trailing 3-2, and now going up 4-3. True battle. And will give him a good feeling too, because he's now taken the first out of the 2 breaks for Mario. And that means he's now guaranteed himself a 4 each with him breaking twice. So good business for Grabe. Yeah, for Mario, bit unlucky though. I feel like he deserved a bit more after that break. Now, talking about messy layouts area, we've got another one. He's opened everything up after the first shot, and I think he's super unlucky here. 4 ball going right in between the corner and the 2. Played a very positive shot there. Opening up the whole rack, developing, always making sure he's on the 2.
Yeah, it's sometimes quite frustrating out there when you're trying everything within your power, but the table seems to play very, very difficult, and that just adds to the drama for us. But as a player, you don't want to be any part of it per se.
Well, this is interesting. Choosing to go for an intentional foul, but I've kind of felt like he had the opportunity to hit something on the 2. And I don't see a reason why Mario, I mean, if he doesn't want to go aggressive, he could play the cue ball, stick the cue ball with the 4 and send the 2 ball down table. It looks like he is going for the run out still.
Well, perhaps not even the run out, but that 7 ball will need some sort of a nudge, or at least anything to make this puttable. Perhaps he's thinking, I'm gonna put these couple of balls and then play a better safety, but has to make the 3, and well, that was not it. I suppose the only thing missing with AI these days, Tim, is for us to be able to actually look into the brain of these players and know exactly what they were going for. Ooh, the cue ball is close. Oh, that would have been a strange way for him to get on a second foul. Every once and of the 2 players, Tim, now correct me if you feel this is a false statement. I feel Dennis is the one who's making some of these careless mistakes, because he's super talented, but every once in a while he throws in a shot where you cannot believe what you're watching.
Yeah, I just wonder, it might also be just the way how he plays. So it looks like it's careless, even though he put in like a proper one, but it's just the way how he's addressing it. Look at this.
Some shot, by the way. Now, Tim, risky and not per se the right shot from this angle, but is there any value in running into the 7 and the 10 here?
Well, I would say no. But he's not gonna like what he's gonna get on the 6 ball now to open up the 7.
Yeah, I don't even see a way to open up the 7 from this angle. So it'll have to be a safety after this.
Yeah, could choose to play a safe on the 6. Not just the 7. But now he's gone very aggressive actually. Oh, he played with inside spin actually to get under the 7 and the 10. Bit of a two-way, but I think this rack could get some twists and turns.
Look, from this angle, if you come off the top rail and run into the 10 ball, there is a bit of risk involved. If you do not hit the 10 ball anything other than half ball at best, you can leave it.
Wow.
But he took the great shot and executed it to perfection. What a great shot that was.
Yeah, cutting the ball with a lot of inside spin, it's not easy. And that's why I'm saying also on your statement, the way how he drops down on the ball and like in general it looks a little bit careless, even though I mean I'm quite sure he usually works quite hard on the tactical battles, so I don't think he really just throws it away. I think it's just the way how he addresses the ball. I think it's yeah. Wow, that was major though. That's a big difference. As I said, he wins 2 on Mario's break now.
That's a great point you make, Tim. And theoretically, after he puts this elementary 10 ball, he has the chance to run out the match. And who's to say he won't, because he's more than equipped to do that.
Yeah, but gotta say the break has been one of those things that hasn't really been working overall. I think for both players, we haven't seen too many successful breaks. We've seen good breaks, but then most of the time dry or no shot. And especially in Dennis's corner, I think the break could use an upgrade right now. The white Predator BK rush in action. Well, it's like the pool gods, they like us to be wrong, Arya, because every time we say either it's gonna be great and then it's not great, and and the other way around.
Yeah, so to keep that streak going, he's going to miss this one ball. No, you're right, Tim, and what a great chance. He's already 5-3 ahead. He would be devastated not to take this chance to go 6-3 ahead. You have to make him favorite now, Tim.
Yeah, just a little bit of work maybe from the 7 to the 8. It's definitely gonna play the bottom side of the 8. To play the 8 in the top left, just because of the side pocket point.
And have a look at the spread of the balls. All of them pretty close to one another, which does make it a bit more easier. As long as you can land on the right side of the next shot, which he seems to have done, although perhaps would have preferred it to be a bit more straighter. He should be able to hold this, draw it back past the 9 with a little angle here on the 7 ball. That should do the trick. So the final obstacle in this rack, like you alluded to, seems to be that 8 ball, although when he lands on the rail, it'll be hard to deny him for it.
Yeah, the only thing though, and cue ball slightly overrun, could have been a bit straighter. I was gonna say to get straight onto the 8 is not great, and well, this kind of angle is scary too. You will have to float the 8 ball in with the fast cushion. Otherwise, you're gonna leave yourself too much of a cut onto the 9.
Yeah, lovely shot. He's a bit of an enigma, isn't he? He has that X factor about him. You never really know what to expect from him. Well, you can expect good pool. That's one thing that is guaranteed, but he's not one of those players like Albin Ushan where nothing surprising happens more often than not.
Oh, that did wipe its feet. Maybe a slight bit of tension coming, knowing that he's about to get very close to the finish line. Dennis Grabe. But he does get the job done. He's on the hill. The Estonian only needs one more to make it through to the last 32 single elimination stage. You would say it's almost a pity that one of these two players will have to leave the tournament with not even getting to the single elimination. Well, last call for the Panda. has to at least get this one on the board and then 2 successful breaks in order for him to get this match to a hill situation. Long way to go. You gotta focus 1 rack at a time. Oh, what has he played? Was he not able to reach it completely? Because I'm just surprised he went this way. Was trying to go for the window between the 8 and the 4, but this is big trouble. Oh, alluding to jump kick. He's made contact. Did he call that corner? How did he not call the corner there? Well, I mean, the good news for him, Dennis is not on the 3 ball. He does have a look on the 3 and he will have to take this on. Will have to play good safety, but oh, not as safe as he wanted to. Wanted to get under the 9. Then again, sure, the jump is there for Mario Aria, but he's dead straight.
I must say, Tim, that never gets old. What a great jump. But
Well,
not out of the woods just yet. Is there a case to say go for the bank here?
well, he's down 6-3 at this point. It's do or die anyway, so sure, if you feel like you can make the cut, you can go for the bank, but the cut does give you the pocket speed, so if you catch it a bit fuller, well, there was no if. He didn't even touch the sides of the pocket there, so definitely, in my opinion, one of the most underrated players, Mario Hay. Everybody knows that he's been on the circuit forever. He's won big events. He's done unreal things in pool, but yet most of the people, they don't consider him when we're talking about the best of the best, or yeah, just in general.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from, but I suppose it all stems from the major titles landed, you know. I think, although I believe on the biggest stage he has had better wins than, for example, our very own Mark Bijsterbos, but like, these players are so talented, they can beat anyone in the history of the game. But if you consistently start picking up trophies like your Joshua Fillers, your Aloysius Jaap, you know, you can name all of these top players, and if you're not part of them, that's probably the reason they don't consider you as one of the greats. But by no means is this man someone you would like to draw.
Yeah, completely agree. Does pull one back now, and interesting, Mario has 2 breaks. Dennis taking a timeout. Sure, he could be taking a timeout for a bathroom break. Could also be to freeze Mario in the chair for the next 2 breaks. So I guess Sorabi, myself, Tim Duiter, we're gonna take a little bit of a timeout as well, and we'll be back with the remaining, well, rack or racks, we'll see. Only a couple have to go. Well, there we go. Mario Hay to break the next two. Can he make this match into a hill thriller? Or is Dennis Grabe the one going through early? Through to the last 32 single elimination. Solid hit. Not the squarest of hits. Has come up dry, but not an easy layout for Dennis, and no opening shot on the one, so Mario does still have some time.
Because of the break being so challenging, we've seen many of these racks where there was a lot of tactical exchanges. Now in the beginning part of the match, Tim, Mario was getting the best of it, but towards the end part, Dennis has definitely held his own. Unfortunately, this side-to-side shot looks pretty straightforward. It's all about getting the right portion of the one and the pace, of course. You've got that 7, 6 and 9, and then the cluster of the 2, 3 and the 8 to get the cover. High odds for this. But it looks like he's left a window on the left side rail, which does not make this escape difficult.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see quite some safeties here with how the 6 and the 9 are clustered up. Not having a ball next to it to open up the cluster doesn't help either. Now there is a possibility if he jacks up, spears it in the top left corner and stops the cue ball, he could play a 3-9-6 combination, for example. But it's a difficult shot. I can understand why he's chosen to play that with a level cue. Just no elevation makes a shot so much easier. But yet, what's the plan with the 6? Is he just gonna play safety on the 6 ball area?
Yeah, I think that's, unless he leaves himself an irresistible angle on the 5 ball, I think that's the play, Tim, because the moment you land straight enough on the 6 ball, that hook is a guaranteed. And with the scoreline being 6-4 in favor of Dennis, you'd have to give the advantage to him. That seems to be the plan, Tim. Stick the cue ball nice and tight with the 9 ball. Create a bit of distance. If you can, try and block that one rail escape. Could be looking at the beginning of the end.
Yeah, crucial point in the match for the Austrian, who is looking to go over the top short rail, and I mean the 6 is quite a small ball, small target to hit unless he goes 2 rails, for example. Could also go 3 rails. I kind of like this. This could get close. 3 rails, slice it in. Cue ball going 2 rails back to the center of the table and run out, break a run, and we're tied at 6. But easier said than done. He's going 3 rails. No, and he's made it too wide, and it's a ball in hand for Dennis, and is now shooting for the match.
Yeah, could that be his last shot in the match, Tim? Normally, that would be the case. There's a lot of pressure on this. And because of the position of the 7 ball here, it's not a road map. So, like you said, one good positional shot. And he should be home and dry. And talking about good positional shots, that's not it. So it's going to be another safety. And that's not safe either. That's a missed opportunity, Tim.
Yeah, it wasn't easy to get on the 7 ball. Even though he had ball in hand on the 6, it wasn't the easiest things, but we're expecting to get on it. And look at this, Arya. This is crazy. And he's...
Yeah, this is a
Oh, wow.
sell out. Yeah, yeah, that's pure frustration, Tim. You and I know this very well. That is pure frustration. That is, by his high standards, an extremely disappointing shot, and by the same token, an extremely disappointing ending. But it is the end of this match. We have a winner. It is Dennis Grabe, who will continue towards the last 32, which will start at 6 o'clock. For Tim and myself, we thank you for your time and attention. Make sure you set your alarms that we will be back within just little less than 2 hours to start the last 32. We're signing off for now, and we hope to see you back shortly. Bye for now.
I was landing straight on the combo. If I don't land straight, it's okay, because I can either go cue ball here or cue ball here and up. But this one was exactly straight, and I don't know how to play this shot. You know, like a little bit softer. I tried to cheat the pocket, but then I might miss it. This safety, I don't know. Just I know also not play the position but play for the safety. 6 to 7 when I have ball in hand.